along with Dr. Alongnath, the past chair, IEEE Computer Society, to kindly come on the dais and please be seated. Yeah. So, Center for Development of Advanced Computing, Bangalore, and IEEE Standards Association, we are delighted to present the InDIITA Forum 2025, a premier power-packed two-day event spotlighting the future of digital identity and innovation. A hearty welcome to all of you for this particular event. InDIITA 2025 is bringing together innovators, researchers, industry leaders, and academic experts to shape the future of digital identity, focusing on ethical principles that are vital to our digital era. InDIITA 2025 is centered on the DIITA principles driving the development of digital identity system that champion human dignity, inclusivity, security, trust, and empowerment. So as we embark on this journey of connected and digital future, let us join to explore the evolving digital identity landscape and the ethical frameworks that encompass this. We are honored today to have the distinguished dignitaries with us who have graced this inaugural event. Mr. Sri Chandra sir, country head IEEE India, Dr. Aloknath De, past chair IEEE Bangalore Society, Bangalore section, sorry. And then we are joined with Dr. Greg Adamson, IEEE DIITA chair, who is joining us in online mode, along with Shri Arvind Kumarji, CCA, from the office of CCA, MITI, Government of India, and Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, C-DAC Bangalore. So before I invite Shri Chandra to give a welcome address, I would like to just give a brief overview of his profile. Srikant Chandrasekharan, country head and senior director, IEEE India. We fondly call him Shri. Shri has been associated with IEEE since 2012 and heads the business operation for IEEE in India. Through his practice, Shri focuses on developing key standardization programs in emerging areas, building end-to-end trustworthy devices and systems, with emphasis on cybersecurity, identity, and privacy. Shri also heads the standardization efforts for Asia Pacific region. Shri and his team in India are driving the IEEE Blended Learning Program, BLP initiative, an e-learning platform focused on bridging the skilling gap for students and the lateral skilling of industry professionals. So prior to joining IEEE, she was associated with Freescale Semiconductors for close to 17 years, focused on electronic design automation. Shri has received the Accelera Technical Excellence Award in 2009 for his leadership and contribution to the design automation standardization. Shri holds a Bachelor of Science degree in physics from Madras University, India, and Master's degree in electrical communication from IIT Bangalore. So we at C-DAC Bangalore have a long-standing association with Shri and IEEE India office in multiple areas of collaborations and engagement. I am delighted to invite Shri to deliver the welcome address.
Namaskara. Are people able to hear me at the back? Okay, then I won't stand at the podium. Okay, if that's okay. They are online. Oh, they are online. Okay, there you go. Good morning, everybody. First of all, it's a matter of great pleasure and honor to be here at the InDIITA Forum hosted by C-DAC Bangalore. I first want to acknowledge our hosts for giving us a space and hosting this very important event. This is the fourth event that we are conducting since we started about 6 years back. I also want to acknowledge other key eminent personalities that are here online as well as on the stage. I want to first recognize Dr. Greg Adamson. Without his initiative, starting this program, it would have almost been impossible, and we have gone through tough days, good days, and everything in between, right? So perseverance is the key, and I'm extremely proud to say that we have been largely successful in this activity. I also want to acknowledge the presence of Sri Arvind Kumar from CCA. He has been driving some of the root trust work within METI. I want to acknowledge Aloknath De. He has been driving industry engagement, and I think in his leadership, we saw some new activities for the first time after a long time within IEEE Bangalore, engaging with several key industries. I think, and I'm hoping that the Bangalore section will carry it forward. Lastly, I want to acknowledge my good friend, Dr. Sudarshan. We mostly talk in Tamil when we meet. Sometimes I don't know whether when he comes to IEEE or when I come to C-DAC, whether we work for two different organizations here. And lastly, I want to acknowledge our latest induction to the GIEEE board, Dr. Deepthi Vijaya, who was a senior VP at TCS. Before she retired, she was the CEO of Tata Quant, who are focusing on IP and other aspects. So just a brief history of InDIITA. The program itself is called DIITA, and when we started DIITA, it started with the D standing for digital. It was digital identity, trust and agency. About 3 years back, Greg felt that instead of digital, we should start looking at dignity. Okay, so Greg converted the D to dignity, and when we started the workshops, there are two key workshops that we hold within this particular industry connection program. For people who are not aware of what industry connection program is, it is a precursor to standardization. If you look at some of the parameters like trust and agency, these are simple words, but very, very complex. People today, we are living in a multidisciplinary framework. Data is everywhere. And we try to understand how do we trust the data that we use and who has agency of data, right? These are all very difficult challenges. So when we are trying to address such difficult challenges, we want to see what needs to be standardized, and is standardization the right approach. And convening these kind of forums help us understand what we are thinking about this problem statement and what the audience are thinking about this problem statement, right? And that helps us really move forward and try to develop some standards that are really required in this particular space. When we started this program, we started it as an open space event. For people who do not know about open space, it is, we call it unconference. Unconference is a unique style where people come together and design the agenda for the event. So there is no agenda that is published. So we have 10-15 rooms, people come together. The first 1 hour, people talk about agenda setting. Then they put on their whiteboard whatever they want to hear or whatever they want to talk about. Then we allocate that and do it. In the last couple of sessions, we have done it in a more classical workshop style. And perhaps next year, we might go back to open space. We'll consider that. There are two key workshops that we run within this program. I'm very proud to say that India is one of those. We call it InDIITA. And there's a parallel program that we run in Australia. We have run it 3 times now. It's called AU DIITA, Australia DIITA. And both the programs have been, least to say, extremely successful. And when we talk about dignity, identity, inclusion, trust, and agency, we are looking at it in a very broad space, right? So, in fact, about 2 years back, we brought in this whole program on gender equity and social inclusion, and I'm sure Greg might throw some light on it. And if you look at the journey of pre-standards to standards, now when they published a white paper on gender equity and social inclusion, and they were looking at the power and energy space, now there is a standard that has been erected, IEEE 3564, which is a new working group focusing on gender equity and social inclusion. Sometimes, right, people don't realize the IEEE is a technology organization. People think we are all about protocols, 802, Ethernet, power systems. But if you look at the last decade or so, we have branched out and looking at very, very critical problems that are core to the society of today, right? We talk about ethical impact of AI. We have developed standards around the ethical impact of AI, and we have also done a certification program called IEEE Certified, which is focused around that. And C-DAC has been a key enabling factor in terms of developing training programs around cyber security. These are all goes towards the trust of data, right? So this problem, we are just at the tip of the iceberg. There is a lot that needs to be done. I do not know whether we will get anywhere within my lifetime, but if we have to start somewhere, right? So I think it is extremely important to understand that. And this is permeating in different aspects of it. It is just not about society. For example, Deepti is driving a focus around industrial AI. When we talk about industrial AI also, there are aspects of privacy that we are considering when we talk about data attributes. Today, data is very pervasive. We need to understand who has access to data and how we are securing that data. You know, every day you read the newspapers and there is always a challenge. Something has been hacked. I went to Australia a couple of years back. It's interesting. Greg is the CSO for Department of Transportation and Policy. And there was a whole system that got hacked, and driver licenses were out on the public. They had to entirely revamp the whole system, and that's an extremely high cost, right? So apart from the fact that you are worried about securing your data, the implications of not thinking about it comes at an extremely high cost, you know. So we have to think out of the game. So these are the workshops where we convene like-minded people to come together and see how we can address these problems in an extremely meaningful way. With that opening remarks, I want to thank the audience who are here. Without the audience, this whole event will be useless, you know. So it is just that some people are on the podium, some are outside the podium, but all thoughts are equally important. And I really want to make sure that people engage meaningfully. No thoughts are bad thoughts, no bad ideas. So please make this a very engaging and interactive workshop. And with that, I will hand it over back to the organizers. Thank you all. Welcome all.
Thank you, Shri, for your welcome address. We are privileged to have Dr. Greg with us. He is chair, DIITA, IEEE DIITA chair, Dr. Greg. So before I, invite him to address all of us, So before I invite Dr. Greg to address all of us, I would like to just give a brief overview of his profile. Dr. Greg Adamson is a Chief Information Security Officer at the Victorian Department of Transport and Planning in Australia, an honorary associate professor at University of Melbourne in the National Institute of Global Health, chair of the IEEE Standards Association Industry Connect DIITA, and technical activities vice president in IEEE Society on the societal implications of technology. He's a subject matter expert on ethics and AI. So with this introduction, may I request Dr. Greg to address all of us in online mode. Over to you, Greg.
Thank you very much. Firstly, can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
We are not able to hear you, Greg.
That's terrific. Thanks. I'm honored to be invited to the opening of this conference. I'm disappointed that I'm not able to attend in person. I would certainly hope in the future that I would be able to. I have participated in several IEEE conferences in person in India, and I know it's always a wonderful and exciting environment to discuss important technology questions. In my introduction, I want to pick up some points, including those points that Sri made, and it's really great to be on the same virtual panel as Sri. The way I would summarize it, let's just to say a little bit about digital versus dignity. The reason, so I felt that it was inappropriate to call the initiative digital, because for anybody who's an operational technology engineer in the audience, you will know that much of what we deal with is analog. And the future of major technologies in the world will be both digital and analog. And reducing that just to digital, just to ones and zeros, diminishes the importance of the technology that we work with. In relation to dignity, in some ways, dignity summarizes everything we should be doing. Everything we should be doing should be enhancing human dignity, and nothing we are doing should be detracting from human dignity. And just to give a tiny example, so I'm not young, and there is a lot of discussion about the development of technologies to assist old people. Now, I strongly support that. I am a very keen advocate of good technology. But some people, when they think about technology for old people, especially people who are very young, maybe in their 20s or 30s, they think that the purpose of a technology for old people is to keep them occupied so the young people don't have to visit them anymore. And they don't have to worry about what they do, and they'll give them a technology toy and that'll keep the old person occupied. And when you think about that, when you think about the value of families and human connections, the value of the traditions we have going back many, many thousands of years, there's nothing respectful about trying to replace family connections with technology toys. So that's an example of dignity. In that case, what might be quite a hard question, what should be the purpose of technology for the aged? When you turn it around and say the purpose of all technology should be to enhance human dignity, suddenly the complicated questions can become very simple. Now, IEEE, we are part of IEEE, and IEEE has recently passed an important milestone. It passed the 500,000 member mark a few weeks ago, I understand. And this is, when we think about that, we can be proud that we're a member of an organization that's so large and so broad and so progressive. But we have to also understand that the larger we are, the more responsibilities we hold. And having that responsibility, it's not just, oh yeah, we're the biggest. It's lots of people look to us for guidance on difficult questions related to technology. And the purpose of DIITA and one of the topics of this workshop that sit within this purpose relate to how we advance technology for humanity, in the words of the IEEE tagline. So as we get larger, the job gets harder. The job doesn't get easier because the obligation gets larger and the responsibility gets larger. And that's particularly a message for young people here today. The second point that I believe is important is that we need to understand the strategic priorities of IEEE and what they mean in the context of the work of DIITA. Two of the important, I think there are six strategic objectives of IEEE over the next 5 years. And they all relate to the goals of DIITA, but two of them in particularly do. One of those is around the importance of ethics in the development of technology, and dignity is an important part of ethics. The other one is in relation to multidisciplinarity. So the idea that it's not just electrical engineers and computer scientists who are going to build a better world. It's the entire range of skills that go into imagining, designing, building, implementing, operating, and eventually retiring technologies. And to understand that is, there is nobody, well, I certainly can't understand many of the many aspects of that. I have a specialty in cybersecurity. I have a specialty in a few other areas, but that's tiny compared to the broad range of knowledge of many of the people we collaborate with. and having that multidisciplinarity functioning, even groups that are the public may think are almost identical to us, say mechanical engineers and civil engineers. It's very important that we collaborate closely with them and help them adapt our technologies, and when our technologies are used in their environments, understand their skills and their traditions and the importance of bringing those to anything that we do. I think of, say, electric vehicles. If we don't understand the lessons of the mechanical engineers who've been designing cars for well over a century, and we think that we can build a better car than a mechanical engineer can, that's obviously not true. You know, we could build them boxes on wheels, maybe. We wouldn't understand aerodynamics. We'd get the signaling right, but we'd miss out on the safety features. So we need to work closely. So we are important in a number of those strategic areas of IEEE. The third thing is to make the observation that we have. I find this very interesting. There are several technologies that are extremely important in relation to the areas of DIITA. And these include, one of them is blockchain. That's a great technology for building confidence because it's so good on integrity. There's cybersecurity, because security is about protecting the existence of that enormous resource for humanity, cyberspace. We have a range of other technologies that are very close, and so on the face of it, you wouldn't necessarily think they're connected, but when you dig under the hood, you can see they're very well connected. And most recently, AI is enormously closely connected to the goals of DIITA, and understanding what are the strengths and what are the limitations of AI, and making sure that we don't pass human responsibility over to unthinking machines and expect that to be a good result. Obviously, we want collaboration there, and that's where the connection with the social implications of technology come in. Fourthly, just to mention this, everything's in flux at the moment. The rate of change in artificial intelligence is just enormous. It's like the last until a year or so ago, we didn't have Gen AI wasn't a thing. Until a month ago, DeepSeek hadn't been heard of. Tomorrow there'll be many new things coming along, and we can't just chase these things. We can't just say, gee, what's going to come next and how do we handle it? We have to be ahead of these things. We have to think about questions like dignity, about human agency, about identity, and have a clear view of what's important. And then when a new technology comes along, we can say, well, how well is it doing this? Or how do we modify this to do these things better? And I think that's a way we keep on the front foot. Chasing technology to try to fix up problems is definitely not a plan for a happy world. And finally, I just wanted to mention a couple of the new areas that we're working on, that DIITA is working on. One of these was just mentioned by Sri. It's the gender equity and social inclusion. And I'd like to give you an example of what that standard could include. It's just starting, but one thing that's very useful, and that is how much power is required in a village to make a difference to the lives of people in the village. Now, you could say, well, if everybody had lots of electricity, that'd be great. But we can actually quantify it. We can say, we can be more specific than that. We can say, if a village does not have enough power to provide women with the capacity to mechanically grind or to electrically grind foodstuffs, then women will end up spending hours a day doing intensely manual tasks. If a village doesn't have refrigeration in its medical center to enable vaccines and other medicines to be kept cool and functional, then the health of that village will suffer from that. And we can put that together in we can set a figure, and it might sound very easy, and you could think, okay, maybe I could work that out. But to set it, if IEEE sets a figure, and that then becomes a global practice, and then everybody can say, when we're electrifying a village, if we don't have this level of electrification, then we're not really making a difference. That will really, really help people understand what they've got to feel, what they've got to fund, what they've got to build, how to measure, and how to measure success. So things like that, that's the JESSE program, and it's doing a whole lot more than that. It's looking at the energy transition and ensuring equity, gender equity and social inclusion in that energy transition. So look, I'll just leave that there. I've probably gone on too long. I apologize for that. But once again, so it's really great to be here with you, even virtually, even briefly. And I'm certain that the outcomes of the day will be important, and I'm certain that this activity will be a memorable activity for all those who are attending, and the proceedings of the activity will be a guide to many other people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Greg, for your insightful talk. We are indeed grateful to you for taking out your valuable time and be with us here and presenting this talk. Thank you very much, Dr. Greg. We are delighted here today. Three important distinguished members from IEEE have graced this occasion. We have Ms. Vijaya Deepti, member, Board of Directors, DIITA, Dr. Aloknath Dev, past Chair, IEEE Bangalore section, and Dr. Prashant Mishra, Chair-elect, IEEE Bangalore section, who are there with us today, gracing this occasion. Thank you very much for, making it up and coming over here for today. I would request Dr. S.D. Sudarshan sir to kindly hand over a bouquet welcoming Ms. Vijaya Deepti and Dr. Prashant Mishra. Now, may I request Shri Chandra sir to kindly welcome Dr. Aloknath Dev with a bouquet. Now, moving ahead, we have Dr. Aloknath Dev with us, and I would request him to kindly address the gathering. Let me just give a brief overview of his profile. Dr. Aloknath Dev was Chair IEEE Bangalore Section 2023, and he is in the Governing Council of CPS Hub in IIT Delhi and IIT Kharagpur, and several BOGs, research councils, etc. He is currently adjunct professor with IIC ECE department. Since 2000, he has visited 75 plus institutions pan-India, and from 2005, he has served as distinguished visiting professor in IIT Roorkee and adjunct professor in IIT Delhi and IIT Jodhpur. He works closely with industry bodies such as CII, FICCI, and NASSCOM on various industrial initiatives. He is currently in the Indian National Academy of Engineering, GC and IEI National Council. He is a fellow of IETE, IEII, and INAE. So, may I request Dr. Aloknath Dev to kindly address us.
Thank you very much, and warm welcome to everyone. I'm here to attend and learn. That's why I have come. But thanks again, and very nice hosting. So C-DAC, Dr. Sudarshan, and IEEE SA, I have got a chance to work in various activities of standards, including regional activities, and Greg has been participant also there. So just 2 minutes to highlight 2 important points. One, IEEE Bangalore section is rocking. 19,000 plus members that are there. And it has been going on. 2027 is our 50th year. So I think many of the volunteers that are here, you already have seen, but also Dr. Ravi Chandra, he's been chairing Mysuru subsections. And I'm sure there are a lot of colleagues, I'm not taking names. But, great contributions, and many societies, out of 46 societies, I think 35 plus societies have a good presence in India. Many student bodies, 150 plus. So a lot of activities, and Prashant is here. I'm sure next year after Chandrakant, he will take it forward. A lot of industry activities we started, these society clusters. So this takes us to a next level of contribution. It has been a great professional society. And we have many others in India, in IEI and IET and INA. So I'm sure you all are members of something or the other. If not, then please do join to contribute. So that's my first point. And coming to the topic, what's interesting is that when I was with Samsung and CTO one time, I thought, all these other things are unfolding. That was an early stage. That was 300 million have just registered. And it was looking like all these big, centers that you have to go for registering your iris and fingerprints and face. But we understood at that point that it will become a service. So when it becomes service, you don't need to go to the centers. You need smaller devices in which you can do it. There are a few devices started coming with the fingerprint verification, but fingerprint has its challenge if it's dirty, dusty, aging, a child, all of those issues. So I thought, we have a tablet in Samsung. This is a great program. I talked to Mr. Nandan Nilekani, and I said, you have incorporated iris, but I don't see iris devices. Do you think it's a great idea to build even? So he said, yes, why not? And that's how we built it. And he was so ecstatic to take it forward. Then it became like all this digital transfer, distributions of money, direct transfer. So since then, obviously, we have been working on security, privacies, and a lot of different aspects around identity and otherwise. And of late, when we talk about 6G, we have been talking not just these, but also availability, traceability through blockchain, dependability, trust factors. So there is a digital trust that is coming, not just privacy and security. They are one of the components. So up to this, I'm perfectly fine, and I'm growing. And with my new company, techcrafter.cps in cyber physical systems, we are already looking into this. But what brings me here is this other part, and all the technologies are going technology way, but how do you make it human-centric? Even in AI, we are talking about that. When it comes digital inclusions of the people, all species for that matter of anything, and dignity, that's a big term. So trust itself was in my mind a big term, but now we are talking human dignity. So suddenly flipping from that digital space of it to taking to people and saying human-centric, the dignity part. So that's what I thought I will come, understand, and maybe incorporate, learn along with all the people. Thank you again for coming, and hope you'll enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Aloknath De, for your wonderful talk. We are indeed, privileged to have you here. Actually, we are honored to have Dr. Arvind Kumar Sir, who is joining us in online mode, and he has agreed to grace this occasion and will be delivering the talk. Before I invite him for delivering the talk, Let me give a brief overview of Dr. Arvind Kumar sir. Mr. Arvind Kumar is Controller of Certifying Authority, CCA, MIT, Government of India. He was earlier Group Coordinator, R&D, Electronics and Cybersecurity. He has envisioned several projects in PPP mode with industries, startups, academia and government. He had earlier served as Director General STQC. He did his Bachelor of Engineering in Electrical and Electronics and Communication Engineering from IIT Delhi. He also did his MTech Management and Systems from IIT Delhi. He has rich experience in mentoring startups in ICT and cybersecurity, and he has been guiding us in several of our R&D initiatives and projects, especially in the areas of cybersecurity. So may I request Dr. Arvind Kumar to kindly address all of us.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning. I think I found an invitation from C-DAC Bangalore and tried to understand as part of standardization efforts in IEEE how this concept of DIITA principles are coming up. So, distinguished guests from IEEE India, IEEE, my esteemed friends from C-DAC Bangalore and other stakeholders and participants, I was discussing with the C-DAC colleagues when he told about the whole idea about having a DIITA conference in India, that's InDIITA. It was really very surprising as well as exciting for me to find that the controller of certifying authorities, we are also having a mission for securing and enabling digital transformations in India with trust, inclusion, and transformation. And we recognize that digital security is about ensuring dignity, inclusion, strengthening identity, building trust, and fostering the empowerment. So I find this subject quite close when I deliberated more on the aspect, and we find that a lot of things are being done in the office of CCA in the same directions. There is no other opportune time than this when we can discuss on these deliberations. When we find that India is leading the digital transformation, we need a lot of support in social inclusion under the digital programs. We need digital identities and the trust. As you know, controller of certifying authorities under the IT Act 2000 has been established as a digital trust anchor of the country. So we are responsible providing trust in all digital transactions, be it in the commerce space or in the government space or in the personal interactions. So we find that inclusion and identity along with the trust are the domains for which the office of CCA was established. In fact, if you look at our activity in the area of these DIITA program, DIITA principles, we have established the Root Certifying Authority of India as a trust anchor, and we provide the signatures through the certifying authorities who are working with them. We have licensed them, we are regulating them through various audit programs, assessment programs, and they provide digital signatures across the country for all the individuals, irrespective of the kind of whether they are using it in any business or in commerce or in the personal interaction. So we have a good framework of certifying authorities. Today we have got 23 certifying authorities. There's a both in government as well as in the private sector. The digital trust framework which we have developed to implement these programs has got the compliance to not only the IT Act, which is based on the unicitral model, but it also has a compliance to the web trust requirement, the IETF requirement, and ISO 27001 requirements. So we are working for compliance to the international compliances and standards. And as we know, now the DPDP Act and the rules have also come up as the draft rules. And there is a lot of requirement to protect the data. And I think the principle of DIITA has become more important for the country like India. With a huge population, most of the people are attached to the digital platforms, and most very large number of digital services, even in the social sectors, are given through these platforms. So digital inclusion is one of the very important aspect as regards the Indian system is concerned. Having a UIDI database, Aadhaar database in place, having digital signature in place, but at the same time we should ensure a very secured ecosystem, digital ecosystem for not only the business and the government, but also to the common citizen. In this regard, our office have got digital signature certificate is being provided through our certifying authorities, as well as we have the e-sign facility. The e-sign facility can be used for signing on the fly. It is given by various organizations, certifying authorities in the country. The details are available on our website for any kind of usage. If you look at the various e-governance platform, the digital platform, there most of them are using the e-sign services or the digital signature as part of building trust into the system. Be it the GEM platform, the e-procurement platform, the e-office, PFMS, or many more such platforms are using the digital signature for building the trust, ensuring the security, safety, and identity of the individuals or the organization who are using it. As regards the trust, we are we are the national global, we are the trust anchor as regard the digital identity authentication is concerned. We are implementing various programs to ensure that we have got the international compliance and international interoperability also. So we are working towards not only the global interoperability program, we are working for the mutual recognition. India proposed in G20 program the mutual recognition arrangement with various nations, and right now we are working with different EU and other countries to work out a common model, having a common system of interaction, not only having a common platform, technical platform, but the common processes and the guidelines and procedures, so that we have a ease of doing business, ease of having the cross-border trade, seamless exchange of documentation, which is required for this purpose. If we look at the quantum computing, which is coming in a big way, we are also working in the post-quantum crypto program. It's a research program which we have evolved. We are working with the METI organization, C-DAC, and other institutions, so that we can prepare ourselves for the quantum safe environment for the PKI-based digital signature in the country. We are also working towards having SSL India route, having compliance to the web trust requirements, and we are participating in various programs. And I found not only the other program like Browser Forum, PKI Forum, IEEE Forum, I find this program wherein I find my organization fitting, and we can jointly develop various guidelines, standards, and other things in the domain of data and addressing the issues and challenges of DPDP, which is coming in place. So if we look at the kind of activities which we need to do to bring India Atmanirbhar, self-dependent, that is in the India cyber security space, we find having our own Indian root, having our own browsers, having our own signature in the trust store of the browser. These are the initiatives which we have already started. If you look at the identity part of the DIITA, we are the provider for digital identity through DSCs. We are providing the trust of authenticating any individual coming to any digital platform. That's how we are the agency providing such kind of initiative. For this purpose, for building the better trust and confidence, we have engaged various auditors who do the regular audits and make compliance to these requirements. We are also embracing the new technologies, be it a blockchain implementation, be it the use of AI and other technologies, so that we keep ourselves abreast with the latest technology, the kind of threat which we can have on our system of digital signatures. I find it very important to have empowering the individuals and organization in this digital age. We are establishing in C-DAC Bangalore one national center for digital trust, which will be addressing the needs of all stakeholders in the digital program for the purpose of digital trust ecosystem. And we are also developing various other small projects, which is on the mobile based signing, which is first time in the world. We are developing that. We are also trying to give signature to the IoT devices in creating a secure ecosystem in smart city kind of environment. So these are the initiatives which we are taking to ensure the principle of data gets complied. And I am finding it very interesting now that we are if we collaborate together, we can bring out various guidelines, standards which can be useful for India. There's a huge plethora of documentation of guidelines are required for DPDP subsequent to the DPDP rules, wherein the protection of individuals' data, privacy, and all these things are very important. And I think we are the people, if we join this program and make it more vibrant and engaging with the more people, I think we can make digital dignity, inclusion, identity, trust, and agency as a very successful model in India as part of InDIITA. I think today I am very happy to be part of InDIITA Forum 2025, and I would like to by my organization to continue engaging with the program and provide the inputs and work together in developing, not only creating a secure, trusted, and self-reliant digital economy, but we will also working towards ensuring that the important individual identity and inclusion and the trust are ensured in the work. So let's work together. I am very happy. I am offering our services. We'll be working together in this platform to make it a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arvind sir, for sparing your valuable time and highlighting various initiatives of the Office of CCA as far as digital trust ecosystem in the country is concerned, and supporting several research initiatives in the niche areas such as PQC, blockchain, IoT security, etc. So thank you very much, sir, for your valuable time and address to us. May I now invite Dr. S.D. Sudarshan sir, Executive Director, C-DAC Bangalore, to kindly address us. I would like to just take a couple of minutes to give a brief introduction about sir. Dr. S.D. Sudarshan sir, presently working as Executive Director, C-DAC Bangalore, has more than 3 decades of R&D experience in India, as well as in United States, and a wide expertise in various technological domains. His areas of interest include the semantic mining, data, big data, HPC, cybersecurity, IPR, technology, management, strategic management, and emerging technology. Under his dynamic leadership, C-DAC Bangalore has seen a tremendous growth. He has been spearheading many important initiatives of national importance. To name a few of them are the establishment of 20 petaflop supercomputing facility, the C2X program, which is called as the Chips to Startup, the establishment of the Chipping Center, research initiatives in quantum technologies, cybersecurity, IoT security, and so on, and also capacity building programs in niche areas such as HPC, IoT, and quantum technologies. So we are, indeed privileged to have Dr. Sudarshan sir here with us.
So, namaskara. Good morning to all of you. Yeah. So first of all, I will thank IEEE SA for considering C-DAC as a partner in the venue, spearheaded by none other than Sri and his team, Pramod and the entire team. And we had Greg, who is the global president, addressing, showing the importance of the event. And this is after 2 years at IIIT Bangalore, it has remained in Electronic City and it is in an adjacent campus. In fact, Professor Das was supposed to come. Last minute, he was summoned for some other urgent meeting. I received, carried on the legacy of having done it 2 years, 1 more year. And it was very pleasant to hear from Arvind Kumar sir, specifically highlighting why India is going forward, making the entire economy digital in an inclusive manner. From that perspective, what he highlighted, in fact, within the time that much only he could say, he has been spearheading a lot of activities. In fact, we have an international conference, PKIA, which is done every year with CCA, IEEE, and C-DAC. So the collaboration in this area has been very strong and sustained. So it is not only the rolling out to the public, but also enabling the new legislation and the process and procedure And we have had closed door meetings in those times created by CCSR on mutual recognition and interoperability. So a lot of things he has brought to the table. And thank you very much, sir, for addressing and sharing those insights. And then coming forward further, this particular topic data is under a larger umbrella. We use what is called as universal accessibility. So to have a universal accessibility, we should be able to treat everyone at par. So essentially, data stands for that. What is very interesting here to note, I'll probably take one small topic in that out of all of them, the trust. Trust, we can talk of so many technologies. Most of the time, trust is purely subjective. Like we see a cub in the mouth of a mother tiger, no problem, no fear. So trust is related to the confidence level that we pose, the faith we have. It has nothing to do with the technology. Technology can only enable. If you really look at it, it is a question of, is there a hidden agenda? If it is there, we don't trust the best of the technologies. The entire supply chain ecosystem we are talking, it is all related to trust, whatever you prove. So trust is a subject that is beyond technology. It is societal, it is psychological. So it requires a complete universal acceptance and discussion. And as Sri mentioned, more like a unconference kind of themes where we discuss across. And that is where this conference, where we have IEEE represented by multiple societies, and then the R&D organizations, industries, and C-DAC fraternity and student community who are assembled here. This discussion is going to take us in a very, very long way. Because we can provide security, but we cannot provide trust. Trust is a different ball game. And so the same thing, now we can extend it to dignity, agency, and each of the 5 topics. So in the interest of time, I just thought I'll mention one. In fact, most of our movies, if we see, the heroine trusts the villain who happens to be the father, but who is a villain for the entire movie, but the most trusted, best person for the child, whether it is the boy or girl. So trust is very different from what is right and what is appropriate. So how to make the right thing trustworthy? That is where the whole game is. So let's work on it. And coming back to here, since we are posting, I thought we'll highlight few things that we have been working together to enable data a reality, to put it in a simple words. Today, as was mentioned, India is now developing a trusted supply chain. So we are building and co-designing our own HPC server class machines. We already have 3 1 petaflop systems launched by Honorable Prime Minister. Now a 20 petaflop system will be coming in Bengaluru. In the next 6 months, it should be up and running. And it will be a national HPC facility for all of us to access. And today, the IEEE BLP content, in fact, we provided the IoT, we were the content providers, which is hosted by IEEE BLP. The entire BLP is hosted by Param Systems of C-DAC. So there is a strong collaboration in terms of not only co-working, but using each other's facility and platforms. And with the support of Ministry of Electronics and IT and the NSM National Supercomputing Mission and in India Semiconductor Mission, a number of capacity building programs are using the content developed by excellent agencies, our IEEE, NASCOM, C-DAC, all of them are available in under one platform, which covers bridge courses for those who are not from the domain, and the core additional courses for the technical people. And for continued skilling, reskilling, and upskilling, we have, for example, information security education awareness program. and then future skills pride, and then upskilling in IoT, and we have CET for HPC upskilling. All of them are being funded, and the focus, if you see, there is not just a subsidy, but even stipend is offered to female candidates, economically weaker section, and scheduled caste and scheduled tribe students. And in fact, a week from now, we'll be formally launching the next batch of CX with almost 100 participants. And another very successful example of inclusiveness is the Chip to Startup program, if you see. The government of India started with the target of 100 institutes for VLSI chip design, because finally the silicon or the chip is the fundamental IP that we need to own if you want to grow and self-sustaining. 100 institutes are targeted, and today, with the effort and support from the entire ecosystem, 245 institutes are using it, exceeding all kinds of target one could have imagined, under one umbrella. And normally, if you look at a chip design, people go with a specific tool chain from a specific vendor. We are the only one across the world, to our knowledge, who offer the world's top 8 tool chains under one umbrella. And people have access to all of them, pick and choose to your convenience. This is unheard of, and it has happened because of the collaboration, support, and the inclusive nature of the entire ecosystem that we have developed. Similarly, in quantum, today we are part of almost all the T-hubs, and computing and communication, we are major players. And very soon, in a year from now, we are hoping to establish a reference facility with a 50 plus qubit capability. So anybody designing a QPU can come and check how it is functioning. They will have a reference facility right in Electronic City in C-DAC. And our target is we'll combine both of them to make a hybrid cloud where you can do HPC, AI, quantum under one umbrella. So that way the accessibility will be there. And here I must compliment AICTE, which is responsible for all the technical institutions. Through an MOU with them, today 10% of our supercomputing capacity is open to all the AICTE institutions. And the chairman AICTE, even yesterday we had a meeting in person in Delhi, has promised if our institutes, because a lot of IEEE student chapters and societies are here, if our institutes are able to consume the 10% and exceed it, he has promised to set up with their own funds 6 regional supercomputing centers only for AICTE institutions. So it is on us to motivate the faculty and students to introduce courses that utilize HPC, and that will make one of the words that is equivalent to inclusion is democratization. So that is what will happen, and there will be nothing like the haves and have-nots. There will be nothing. Everybody will have it. That is what we are targeting, and so from that perspective, the universal accessibility is very important. And India is a country which has a Divyangan Act. I think we are the one who defined the 21 types of disabilities. I think this is the highest number, if I'm not wrong, across the world, who identified and said each one has to be taken care and addressed. And the Rehabilitation Council of India is working on various syllabi under NDP and other things. And in that respect, we are working with Ministry of Social Justice and Cultural Empowerment. So most of the things that we are now developing, we wanted it to be accessible to anybody and everybody. So no kind of the so-called special ability or disability, depending on how we look at it, should stop someone from being part of the larger universal humanity. That is what we are looking at. So once again, in the interest of time, I will not take more topics right now. One last point I want to say is, we mentioned about so many languages, people talk of Python, C, C++, Java and all. As C-DAC in general and Bangalore in particular, we are also focused on something called heritage and language computing. So we are not only looking at the current inclusion, but using the knowledge that is hidden in our ancient literature and prose. So that is also happening. So there we are looking at being from Bangalore, Kannada is one of the languages. Of course, Sanskrit and all the scriptures like Pandulippi and all, we are trying to get the extract of the literature that is available so that the knowledge and the societal principles, because India had followed, as they call, Sarva Dharma Paripalaka, as they used to call it in olden days. That means they were treating every dharma at par, and there is no disrespect to anybody. That empathy was there in our culture. Just we would like to bring it back with anecdotal evidence so that what we are today trying, everyone should be treated as equal, has been practiced. Just we have to reignite that to ensure that the objectives are successful, and whatever standards needed, we can work together and we can develop. And once again, thank you, all of you, for a wonderful gathering and 2 days of nice talk. And thanks to Sri Krishna for moderating the whole session and the entire team here. Wish you all the best for the next 2 days. Looking forward to an inclusive, universal agenda that will take us forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. It's always a pleasure to listen and to hear from you, and also to highlighting C-DAC's roadmap towards digital inclusion, building trusted ecosystem, and democratizing the technological landscape to the masses. Thank you very much, sir, for giving your valuable insights. We have got now two important activities on this very momentous occasion. So one is MOU exchange ceremony that is happening between C-DAC and IEEE. So we already have an existing collaboration with IEEE India office and the C-DAC, and there are several areas where we have been working together. One is towards contributing towards the standardization initiatives in various technical areas. Another very important thing which Sudarshan sir mentioned was about the skilling initiative. There is something called as IEEE's blended learning platform, and C-DAC has been one of the content providers in emerging technologies, especially in the areas of IoT, HPC, cybersecurity, quantum, and so on. So there are certain courses which are already there in the public domain and which have been used by masses. We have close to 17,000 candidates who have got trained on the IEEE's blended learning platform in the area of IoT. And now on this occasion, we would like to have an MOU exchange. It's an extension of the MOU that was already there in place. So may I request Dr. Sudarshan sir and Sri Chandra sir to kindly exchange the MOUs.
This MOU started now, I think, 10 years back.
Every 3 years, we have to extend the current.
So, like, this is the fourth time we have extended this MOU, and I expect that to extend it.
Thank you very much, sir, for doing the honors. We have the second event now. It's launching of the IEEE HPC course. For this, may I invite Mr. Pramod Senior Manager, IEEE, to kindly, brief us on this particular launch event.
Thank you, Krishna. Good morning, everybody. So this is actually one of the gracious occasion for us because we've been associated with the C-DAC for the last several years, and you just witnessed. We also exchanged the agreement, the MOU, for the next couple of years. And as part of our initiative with C-DAC, we also have a course development and upskilling program that we've been jointly doing all this while. And like just Krishna mentioned a few numbers. So we have close to about 35,000 active learners on our platform, but there are about 150,000 happy learners, spread across 53 countries. And this is actually one of the great moments for us because when we started developing courses with C-DAC, that's a joint, the collaborative effort. We started with IoT, and today we have close to about 20,000 plus learners on IoT, and we also currently delivering one of the mighty funded upskilling program jointly with C-DAC. So taking that effort forward, we thought we should come up with some more courses. Like we recently added cybersecurity courses, and then HPC. HPC was one of the requests from Sudarshan sir that we should come up with courses on HPC, quantum computing, and something for visually impaired or disabled people. So we are on that go. And as part of this occasion, I would like to give you that, brief you that the HPC course we developed with the team of C-DAC over here. Currently, it has 4 modules, starting with HPC cluster and the parallel programming and advanced programming and power management. So we are currently, this is the fundamental course that we introduced. And just to give some statistics, post this launch, we have a customer sitting right in front of us, that is Government of Tamil Nadu, where we will be training about 1,500 students before in next 3 months time. And so with that note, I would like to request Dr. Sudarshan and also yeah, probably yes, my good friend Prashant Mishra, if you can please come on the dais and give honor of launching this program. And yeah.
Oh,
One second. Can we bring that screen, please? 1 second, sir. Yeah. Thank you so much. So we are currently working on the advanced course, probably intermediate and advanced course, to come up with roughly about 250 plus hours of content on HPC, and that will actually give us, it will strengthen the BLP platform to have a capacity building program on HPC. And as part of this program, we'll also would like to provide access to students to work on the HPC what do you call the space over here, because the blended learning program is now hosted on Param Utkarsh, that's a supercomputing of Government of India through C-DAC Bengaluru. So thank you, Prashant Mishra, for launching this course, and I look forward to more and more collaboration with C-DAC for adding some more courses in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Pramod, and thanks to Prashant Mishra sir for launching this HPC blended learning program. And I think it is an apt occasion for having this concept of digital inclusion, because IEEE's blended learning program are essentially the digital mode of learning, the e-mode of learning, wherein these programs are being used by a number of students and professionals across the globe. So may I now invite Dr. Misbauddin to do the vote of thanks. He has been the the chief architect behind this particular event. So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Krishna. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, the dignitaries on the dais. First of all, how this fourth event is happening here. We had a brainstorming meeting with IEEE last year. So basically, it was to set the agenda for 2024. So one of the points was, can C-DAC do the InDIITA? So my two masters who are sitting here, without taking a second, they said, approved. Next, what is next? So that was so quick. So thank you very much for that, first of all. And then thank you to entire IEEE team, and more specifically, here the team who is sitting here, Nitin Kumar and Pramod P and Mr. Sharif. I think in the last 2 months, I have more emails in my inbox from Nitin Kumar than my C-DAC and MIT itself. Yeah. So thank you very much for making it successful and very much organized. And thank you, Dr. Greg, who is the chair of IEEE DIITA, and the man who has given a new acronym to D instead of digital. He made it as dignity. And Mr. Narayana MGPL, he's the vice chair. He's coming, he's on the way. So he'll be joining us very soon now. So he's the vice chair in a very organized way and very cool way. He has set the complete agenda for 2 days. It is the first time we are conducting in a conference style. As Shri has mentioned earlier, that earlier events, they were in unconference style. And then Shri Arvind Kumar, the controller of certifying authority, just now you have heard his address. He is considered to be from the digital trust point of view, considered to be the most trusted person in India because he holds the private key, national private key, you can say. So the most digital trust person in India. And Mr. Sri Chandra and all the IEEE dignitaries. I mean, I'm seeing Dr. Prashant and Madam Deepthi Madam, okay, Dr. Alok De. These are the people from the data perspective. They are from the agency perspective, empowering people, right? So, and then Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, of course, a person with very wide vision. And whatever you see, you're seeing, just half a minute background is this building. Now this hall is looking like a proper auditorium. But to be very frank, this is a place just 6 months back. It was for loading and unloading of the transformers that were manufacturing here by another company. This was a manufacturing unit transformed to a capacity building as well as R&D area. So that is how the quick decisions are taken and continued guidance to the entire team, and also the support that we are getting. Thank you very much, sir, Dr. Sudarshan, to take us to this particular level. And there are many more projects that are in pipeline. We will continue to do that. And I thank all the speakers. Let me just spend 1 minute on this because the event cannot happen without these distinguished speakers that we have. We have Mr. Amit Rao, who is sitting right now here. You will be hearing very interesting talks and very important. And all the talks, they have aligned towards the data principles. Okay. So Mr. Amit Rao, he is the consultant, strategy, sales and business development, Asia Device Authority. And also he is the IoT Security Alliance head, chair. And then we have Mr. Chandra Mohan, who is the global head of TCS. He will be delivering talk tomorrow. Mr. Maruti is there, founder director. And then we have Mr. Ramakrishna Rama, Principal Director, Microsoft R&D, Mr. Ramesh Narayan. He is the Chief Technology Officer of MOSIP. You might have heard about Modular Open Source Identity Platform. Now it is there in around 19 to 20 countries. He will be physically offline delivering the talk. Mr. Sandeep Agarwal is the chair of IEEE SA Rural Communication. Mr. Srikant Nandamuni, he is the founder CTO of Aadhaar. Okay, and then Mr. Varun Kumar Pandey, founder and CEO of V Communicates, and then Meera Swaminathan, Director Policy, Advocacy and Communications, Broadband India Forum. So Professor V. Sridhar from IIIT Bangalore, Dr. Balaji, and then Santosh, I'm not seeing. He is our IoT security person, so he is already here. And then Mr. B. Prasad, he's the head of engineering UIDI. Satish Mohan, founder and CEO DIITA. Dr. Kartika. And then we have Syed Yasin, who's the chief scientist in AI and ML. And Mr. Sankaran, he is a research lead engineer in Nokia. So we have very important talks scheduled over the period of next 2 days. So I request all of you to be present attentively because all of them are coming here for delivering the talk offline. So my special thanks to all the speakers, participants without whom the event is not complete, and then IEEE team who is doing the work backstage, Nagaratna and the entire team, your finance department, everyone. And from C-DAC, my entire team is here right now. Okay, there are many people who have worked. In fact, yesterday, the moment I landed, then after that, I connected to just check this particular facility. So they were checking that all the things are ready. So it was around 10:30 night. So I heard that they have slept somewhere nearby around here. So big round of applause for all of that, all of those team members. And thanks to admin team led by Mr. Muthukumar, he's the Joint Director Administration. And Miss Vidya, she was also here till 11:30 or 12 o'clock. So, and the entire ITSS team, Dr. Sanjay is sitting there, I can see. And then Rajesh, Siju, Hemant, and the entire team. Our Das is here. I think the voice is coming to you because of that person here now. So, thank you all and all the facility team members. Okay. And before concluding, my special thanks to Raghu HV, who is the in charge of our IoT sandboxing project, as part of which we are conducting this particular event. Mr. Hari Babu, who is the group head of IoT quantum technologies. Okay. And also from my team, day and night, the person who has worked is standing here, Mr. Anshul Taylor. So thanks to all. One important point which I missed is from the DIITA perspective, whatever indigenous solutions and products that C-DAC has developed. So sir said that let us demonstrate that to the participants. So the stalls are there. Okay. During your break time, you can interact with the team. The R&D teams are there with us here. So, I mean, we can take this further, and community program that you have mentioned. I think I strongly believe that these one or two standards per day will come out. The ideas of the standards will come out. Out of these discussions. Thank you very much. I request Dr. S.D. Sudarshan to kindly felicitate Sri Chandra sir. Yeah, I request Dr. S.D. Sudarshan to kindly felicitate Dr. Loknath De also. I request Dr. Prashant Mishra to felicitate Dr. S.D. Sudarshan from the IEEE side. So this brings to the end of our inaugural session. We are a little bit delayed, 15-20 minutes. So we'll cut short the tea time. Okay, I request all of you to kindly come back at 11:45 to start the session. The speakers are already here. Okay, thank you very much. We'll break for tea. Tea is arranged outside. Yeah, washrooms are here. Outside from this door you can go, or from the outside also you can go. So tea is served outside there. So thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Sir, one group photo. Can I request all of you just please be seated there. We will have a group photo. The dignitaries will sit on the sofa. The group photo will be taken from here. Yeah. I'll go there. I'll go there.
I request all the members to kindly, come inside and please occupy the seats. Again, requesting all members to kindly come and starting the next section now. I request all members to kindly be seated. I request all of you to please kindly be seated. We will be having sessions now that are being lined. The next session is on identity as a new parameter. The cornerstone is identity and zero trust storage. So the discussion is general parameter. Security Foundation, Bangalore chapter, in consulting device authority. So I will just try to brief overview of this profile. Industry consultant and currently leads the market development approach across industrial, medical, transportation, and critical infrastructure, device authority, and automation for IoT. After 23 years of rural experience in semiconductor and high-tech industries, spanning multiple business roles, concerns that require immediate attention. Explore about destiny electronics and business expansion approach in India and South Asia. Markets and segments such as industrial, defense and space. Professional responsibilities are also dedicated time as a volunteer for various organizations including ISO, IEC, BIS, TS, Department of Telecom, and founded the IoT Security Foundation Bangalore chapter. So may I now request Mr. Amit Rao to kindly deliver the session on identity as a new perimeter, please.
Thanks. Hello. Check. Hello. Morning, everyone. So it's great to be here today. And like Dr. Day said, I'm here to attend and learn, and also share a little bit about what I have learned a little about the new concept of identity as a perimeter. So it's great to be standing here and talking about a topic that is reshaping IoT security, identity. And identity is the new perimeter, right? And needless to say, Internet of Things has penetrated a lot of vertical domains, use cases, connected cars, connected medical devices, connected home appliances, connected TV, right? Connected factories. And what we really see is that the traditional security model, which is based on a trusted internal network, is no longer usable, or does not suffice really in today's world, today's connected world. And what we really need is a new paradigm. And that paradigm is zero trust, right? Where identity is a centerpiece. It's okay, we can turn. Okay. So traditional security is failed, right? What is traditional security? So if you really look at the security architecture that we have been talking about till date, has been all about firewalls, VPNs, right? And the basic flaw is that they assume trusted internal network, right? Now, if you really look at what's happening today, we are talking cloud hybrid environments. So this does not really suffice for the kind of hyper-connected world we are in. So there are three major reasons why the traditional security is really failing. Yeah, that's fine. So the first one is that things like firewalls, legacy firewalls were actually designed for on-premise environments. They were not really designed for managing the cloud or the hybrid environments today. So they really struggle when it comes to having a visibility and control on cloud and hybrid environments. Number one. Number two, if you really look at the way they work, they rely primarily on port and protocol filtering, which means when they inspect the traffic, they do it based on specific ports and specific IP addresses. Now, if you look at the modern applications, they use dynamic ports. The traffic is encrypted. So it's literally impossible for the traditional security models to really identify and manage these applications, specifically if they are port specific. Number three, they don't account for insider threats. Why? Because it's built on the premise, like I said, of trusted internal network.
right? And we had a lot of instances, and you'll see that we will actually put up a slide specifically on certain incidents that happened where the hackers or the adversaries were able to compromise the IoT device inside the network and bypass the firewalls. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay. So we absolutely need zero trust, right? And zero trust for IoT. But before we get in there, let's talk about IoT. And there are unique challenges when we talk about Internet of Things. To start with, the scale. Now, if you really look at it, we're talking of a 22% CAGR 21-25. And this year, we'll end up with about 27 billion connected devices. Now, that's 3.3 times the human population, right? Also consider the fact that majority of these have very little or absolutely no built-in security. Okay. Built-in security. Number two, even if they will have a default or a hard-coded credentials. So weak authentication, right? There's no way you can securely update those devices in the field, in the operations. Lifetime certificates, fixed passwords. And more importantly, with that kind of volume, what you'll see, there are a lot of use cases where there's no human intervention. So basically, the device are talking to device, right? Now, there is an absolute need to have these IoT devices have their own identity and trust models. So where are we with respect to the state of affairs when it comes to cybersecurity? Now, this came out about a month back. This is from the World Economic Forum. If you look at the global risk report, these are global risks which are ranked by severity over the short term. And you'll be surprised to see that cyber espionage, cyber threat, cyber warfare is actually ranked higher than pollution next 2 years, right? So that's where we are right now. And why this slide is critical from an IoT standpoint is because World Economic Forum also mentioned that 1/3 of the cyber attacks that will happen on the enterprise will be orchestrated via a IoT device in the enterprise. So firewalls don't work anymore. We need zero trust. And security is the defining challenge of our times. As you can see, the cybercrime today equals the third largest economy in the world, right? Just next to US and China. And it's growing at 15% annually. That's where we are, right? And the next set of cyber wars or the wars will actually on the cyber turf, not physical wars. So zero trust is an imperative, right? So zero trust, the maxim, never trust, always verify, always assume that the device will be compromised. There will be a breach. Now, what are the principles on which the zero trust is based? Well, micro-segmentation to start with, and then you have least privilege access, continuous monitoring, and most importantly, continuous authentication. That's where the identity piece comes in. So if you look at this ZTA or the zero trust architecture, as we call it, has been borrowed from CISA, which the Department of Defense in US uses. 7 pillars, but the two most critical pillars here that you'll see is actually highlighted: the user and the device. That's where it all starts. So essentially, all roads lead to identity and authentication, right? And what that really means is when you have an identity-centric security model, even if there is an intrusion in the network, that the adversary is actually in your network, the user or the device which is not authorized to have that specific control or data will never get it. So, you are able to actually ensure that there is an authentication and authorization for every device and user that is part of the ZTA. Now, if you look at this model that I spoke about, it's in a very sharp contrast to what we actually use today majorly, which is the network-based security models, say firewall VPNs, is that here you have a way by which you are able to still manage in a hyper connected world where you have cloud, where you have a hybrid environment, right? And whereas the firewalls that I spoke about could only talk about trusted internal network, right? Nothing beyond that. So there's sharp contrast, and the reason why we absolutely need to have a zero trust architecture when we talk about the new age security strategy. Okay, so before we get into identity, let's look at the challenges that we have, and specifically with respect to the Internet of Things. You have 52% of the human identities that have access to sensitive data, right? But then you have 68% of non-human identities, which is essentially machines having access to sensitive data. And more importantly, as per the recent report from CyberArk, the machine identities outnumber human identities by a factor of 45:1. That's the scale we are talking of. So imagine when an enterprise really wants to go out and deploy IoT devices at scale, we are talking 100,000. Think of automotive, for example, right? 100,000 of automotive connected cars out there. It is essential that the identity is rolled out. And when I say rolled out, what it means is, how do you basically commission? How do you maintain? How do you revoke? How do you, I'm just at the loss of word, but how do you make sure that you are able to maintain the identity life cycle of that device throughout that 15-20 years that connected car is actually in the field, right? So, yeah. So what's really important for the identity and the complexity that is related is, apart from the scalability that I spoke of, is the risk of access level. So if you really look at it, today security leaders are really, they have a challenge at hand. They have to manage this full spectrum of identity in their enterprises, right? From workforce, IT, developer, machine. And what you see here from an IoT standpoint or OT standpoint is that there are machines, and most of them are autonomous machines, which have access to your infrastructure, network, data, application, workload, code, right? Now, how do you really manage all of that? Because we are talking complexity of access, we are talking of the complexity of volume, scalability, and the only way it can be done is by having an identity-centric security model, right? And what that essentially means is that first, the device there, which is a robotic arm or a sensor, absolutely need to have a unique verifiable identity that leads to a robust authentication, authorization, and lifecycle management. And what will happen with this identity-centric model is that every device, user, and application will be authenticated and authorized to interact within the ecosystem. Now, for example, if you look at that robotic arm, it will have a specific unique identity. Today, the industry standard is X.509 for interoperability purposes. And that will be used for authentication, authorization to make sure that the operational integrity is not compromised, right? Or a breach doesn't happen. Now, going a level deeper when it comes to identity, because I spoke about machine identity, so it's important to distinguish between machine identity and IoT identity. Let's start with human identity. Now, human identities, we can use multi-factor authentication. You always do it when you're banking. Machine identities, something like your laptop, right? Where you can have certificates or keys. And then you have the IoT OT devices requiring zero-touch automation. Now, if you really look at the impact, right, between machine identity, IoT identity, when a machine is compromised, right? What are we talking about? Data breach. So you lose data. You lose probably IP. But when you have a breach in the IoT OT, it has actuation capability. And what that could really mean beyond, operational destruction could also be loss of lives, right? So it's very critical that what I spoke about in terms of the identity being the centerpiece of how we manage IoT security is very, very critical. Unique identity, verifiable, that leads to a robust authentication, authorization, and lifecycle management. Next. It's not working. My apologies. But I'll talk a little bit about, can you just go back? One more. Yeah, just click once. No, we're going backwards. Yeah, that's it. No, yeah, that's, sorry, too much of animation, Okay, so we spoke about complexity of access. We spoke about scalable, the issues of scalability, right? Volumes of identity. And imagine if all of this was to be done manually. Now, if you had just the example I gave that you had 100,000 connected vehicles to be rolled out. Imagine it starts with giving a birth certificate to the TCU or the telematic control unit, right? 100,000, imagine it being done manually, it being onboarded manually. It will take 2 years for all of those cars to actually come on the cloud. Also, consider that 60% or more cybersecurity incidents have been attributed to human errors, right? So there's absolutely no way we can have a human factor if we have to talk about zero trust world. Yeah. Next. And what that brings to is automation. So when we talk about IoT identity access management, when we talk about the complexity of scale, when we talk about the complexity of access that you saw, automation is an imperative, right? And if you look at some of the report that came out from IBM just last year, what they're talking about, in fact 23, what they're talking about is automation actually helps identify and mitigate the incident 108 days before or faster if you don't have one, if you don't have automation, right? And then you save actually 1.32 million with automation versus not having an automation, right? So we're talking speed, we're talking money. So what happens in real life when you have a weak authentication? Now, these are some of the examples and recent ones. And I think I would like to highlight the one from Florida, where a hacker actually remotely logged into the OT system and actually released high amounts of sodium hydrochloride, hydroxide, to poison the water supplies. Right now, fortunately, there was a person who was looking at the sensor levels, and this was night time. Imagine if that person wouldn't have been there. We're talking of loss of lives. Medtronic's big name in the industry, authentication issues. Anybody could actually get into the, I mean, when I say anybody, of course, you need to be a hacker. But yeah, hackers could get into the insulin pumps because of weak authentication. And then, of course, we see variants of Mirai, which are now doing rounds and actually could be a big threat to critical infrastructure, specifically energy. Yep. Well, zero trust has been there for long, right? It's not something new, but it has been there in IT world because the impact was immediate. You could see IP talking, data breach. But what has happened is now you see a lot of regulations coming out, and I'll tell you why identity has become more important, or more so the management part of it. So we have this executive order that came out in 2021, Biden's executive order 14028. Now, this was the first time when somebody spoke about actually having zero trust for federal system. Now, it was only for federal, so the industry was still looking at it as a best practice. But now what has happened is that across domains, be it automotive, be it medical, be it industrial, we spoke, since we are talking standard 62443, and then you have the ISO 21434, UNEC 155156 that talks about cybersecurity for electronic component that goes in an automotive vehicle. right? And then you have the NIS2, which is specifically for critical infrastructure, and there are quite a few others. And what they have started talking about is really identity as a centerpiece, unique identity, which is verifiable, like I mentioned. And how do you manage that identity throughout the life cycle of that device? I gave you an example of connected car. A connected car could be in the field for 10, 15 years, right? Now, it is an obligation now on the OEM or the manufacturer to ensure that they manage that identity throughout that 10, 15 years. And the good news is, in India, we have ARAI, who has now come up with a standard called AIS 189190. 189 to be specific, which actually is very similar to what we have in UNEC 155, which will actually mandate identity and lifecycle management of TCUs and ECUs throughout that life cycle, which kicks off in 2027 for new vehicles and 28 for existing vehicles, right? I think most of you know this. If you are in cybersecurity, this is a gold standard. It's called NIST Cybersecurity Framework. I would say a framework, not a standard. Yeah. So now when you look at it, right, this is very holistic. But unfortunately, what's happening today is majority of the solution provider out there who claim to do IoT security are only in the detect, respond, recover domain. And what that really means, while it's good, no doubt about it, they keep on looking at the traffic, looking at anomalous behavior, use a lot of AI ML. The problem with that approach is it's a reactive approach. Because what that means is that adversary is already inside the network. And then we get to know about it, and then we take an action, right? So what is really required, and specifically when we talk about IoT is, or OT, is we also need to build in identify and protect. And within that identify, you have identify identity, and within protect, you have protect and prevent. Yep. And what the industry has done really is recognize this as a gap and has come out with this blueprint, as you see it here, which actually talks about the entire life cycle. Yeah. And this is how the life cycle looks like. So when I talk about life cycle, it's not just about the life cycle of the device. Also consider the supply chain it goes through, which means the chip manufacturer, right? Then you have the OEM, then you have probably a system integrator, tier 1, then you have somebody who will operate, and the owner, right? And in this process, what you will see is identity is the centerpiece, and then you have the identity lifecycle management, which goes through each of these phases, starting with secure production. And that is where you actually put a birth certificate or an identity on the chip, right? And from there, it goes through the secure onboarding. Now, once you have that cryptographic element on that chip, what that essentially means is that you're protecting that semiconductor device throughout the supply chain, and supply chain security is a very big concern. So it's a good practice. Today, a lot of chip companies actually doing pre-provisioning of keys and certificates before they actually ship the chips to their vendors, to their customers. Then we have the secure onboarding, right? And if you look at it, ownership transfer happens here, right? So that's the critical bit. You hand it over securely in the owner's environment. Then you have the security management. Now, what a strong identity and identity management does is that it lays a foundation for secure updates, which is very, very critical today, right? And then the enterprise integration. This is all about interoperability. Now, how your IoT identity access management integrates with the enterprise IAM, right? And then the decommissioning and the recommissioning. So decommissioning, make sure that the identity that is there, it goes through a factory reset, physical removal of the device from the network, or could be a recommissioning, which is when you sell your car, for example, your connected car. The connected car would have a certificate for the initial owner, but when there's an ownership transfer, there has to be an automated way or a way by which the certificate has to be renewed, right? Yeah. So if you look at what I spoke about, not just the identity, but also how you manage the identity. And for that, you absolutely need automation, right? And all the new regulations and standards have started talking about identity lifecycle management. So there is a paradigm shift in terms of how we have to look at security today. It's not just security by default, right? It is actually security lifecycle management, going beyond PKI to the full device lifecycle management. And it has to start with identity, like I said, which is nothing but a certificate. Since I'm talking IoT, I'm talking certificate, but of course there are tokens and other ways of doing it, username, passwords, right? But since we're talking IoT, certificate-based identity model, like I said, X.5 is an industry standard, so it makes it interoperable. End-to-end data security certificates can also be used for data privacy and security. I've been harping upon the necessity of having this new model, identity as a centerpiece for zero trust. So the perimeter, the old network-based perimeter, firewalls, VPN don't work well. So identity is now the new perimeter. Public key infrastructure. Yeah. Application need device trust, and if you can't trust the device, you can't trust the data. And today, all the LLMs or the AI that we're talking of are actually built on all these data sets that are being received from these sensors, right? So very, very important when it comes to application trust. Device trust has to be there. How do you trust a device? The identity and the identity lifecycle management does it. Yep. It lays a foundation for secure updates over that lifetime, security lifecycle management. And if you have that, it helps you with all the evolving legislations that are coming, right? Of how you manage identity in an automated way without any human intervention. Yep. And that's how you can actually have a zero trust model for IoT. Yeah. Thank you so much for your listening. And if you have any questions.
Yes.
So any questions? We can take a couple of questions, please.
Good morning and good afternoon to all of you. It's been a wonderful lecture. I joined a bit late, but nevertheless, I could understand a lot of things from your thing. I have one small thing, like I'm, working for BIS, standardization committees, where I find a problem that a lot of, IoT things are coming in from the back door. So China and other places. So people are dumping those things, and there is a risk because they are entering the every home. Maybe so sooner or later there will be a code in the toilet. So how do you address the security of those things which are into India because of that cheap proliferation of the products from PRC, from China?
That's a very good question. And we've been working, I've been working with the STQC, one of their work groups, to exactly look at this issue. Now, thing is, let's first consider that China is the factory of the world. Now, if we talk about replacing them, yes, it's going to take 20 years. That's fine. We have to make a start, which is good. But having said that, there are ways by which we can actually manage those devices. So the first thing, I think what's happening in the smart city segment today is that audits are happening. The cameras are being looked at, the firmware specifically. So if you don't have a backdoor, now there's a way to manage those devices. So first identify the backdoors, like you said, do pen testing. Now, once that is done, now the question is, how do I use this hardware, right? And then again, I like to quote something that the government of India has invested in. So they've put about 60 crores for this project, which is called National Trust Center. And it's being run by C-DAC today. They started on this journey about a year back. Now, what's happening is, I'll take an example that they're working on. they are approaching state electricity boards and saying, hey, why don't you give us your electricity meters? We will have a unique identity, manage that identity throughout the life cycle of that meter, whatever 10 years, 12 years it is there in the field, and also make sure that it lays a strong foundation for updates, right? So that's the plan. So National Trust Center. C-DAC. Yeah. Right. So yes.
Quite nice, but only my apprehension is that you, what is happening is when we PIS goes to the vendors, because ultimately the vendors are giving the items and they are asking for promotion of particular thing.
Can speak.
Yeah, PIS, okay. Try to remove that. Vendor says that I'm getting the item from some place which is cheaper for me. That is important, not the ethics. So that is an issue which we are facing.
Yeah. So like I said, the first step is actually to do a pen test, to really look at the backdoors, Trojans, right? Of course, you can do it for software. The complicated part is the semiconductor, right? And we have instances where, if you heard of Supermicro, where the server company had their products installed everywhere across critical infrastructure in government agencies in the US, and then they found out there was a backdoor. Now, this is something as per the media, we don't know what actually happened, but yeah, I mean, those kind of Trojans are difficult to find. So yeah, that challenge will be there. Yes.
Yeah, one question is on group identity. Okay, so let's say user side or the device side, as you can think it of, let's say a big robotic system may have its own identity, but also may constitute of other smaller devices which might have to be plugged in. It can run on its standalone or it can be part of a bigger system. And same way, users also can be individuals or can be a group, because IoT devices, it is hard to always assign an owner. Are there works related to group identities? That's my question.
That's a good question again, and I'll divide this into two parts. So the first on the robot and the smaller device that connect to the robot. And a good example is your connected vehicle. So if you look at the connected vehicle today, on an average, there are about 250 ECUs on board in a connected vehicle, right? And what happens is, if you really look at when we say connected vehicle, there's only one TCU that is actually connecting to the cloud. The rest of the ECUs are talking to this TCU, right? So what we do is actually we first look at the TCU, look at how to secure that TCU, right? That's because this is where the adversary gets an entry point. Number two, what we've also seen lately is there's something called CAN poisoning, right? Where you can inject data in the CAN and then get control of the ECU TCU. So now it's coming to phase 2, where, now, to answer your question, the ECUs can also have certificates. The idea is to have their own individual identity and have mutual authentication when they talk to other ECUs or TCU or vice versa. So every component, to summarize, needs to have an identity. In this case, the example that I'm giving, or the robotics, is going to be X.509 certificate. Or if it's mostly offline at times, maybe tokens will also do. But you need to have these certificates, and this will actually enable mutual authentication before they transmit any data or communicate, right? So I think that's the only way. Now humans, the moment you say group, remember, zero trust assumes no implicit trust. There's no trust on a group. There is, but then every request but then they will have to have the same, yeah. And it's happening today. For example, if you communicate via your laptop and email, actually it has a digital certificate. So it's very similar to what's happening. Of course, IoT, it's a little complicated because we have constrained resources, right? Right now with X.509 coming in, yes, we are able to make it happen. Yeah. Yeah.
Since you said that each and every device requires a certificate for an proper access and authorization, right? You need to maintain a server where you track all the certificates as well, right? Wouldn't that be a bit of a hassle because the number of sensors are way too high?
Very good question. And I'll again give you an example. The same example I gave you about the government trying to do the energy meters. Now imagine that C-DOT is trying to approach 5 states. Each state has on an average 3 to 4 electricity boards. So that's about 20 electricity boards. Now imagine that they're putting all those identities on one server and that server is hacked. We're talking of blackdown in 4 states or 5 states, right? Yeah. I think the next topic is going to be relevant. We're talking blockchain. Okay. Right? Yeah. So yeah, we don't want single point of failure. That's the whole point.
So you're going to be dividing it, the certificate is access to different servers so that you can not be hacked at the same time.
Absolutely. And there's no way somebody can go and actually manipulate any of those records because it's immutable. And you'll hear about that in the next topic.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Amit. It's always a pleasure to have you in our events. Request Amit to kindly stay back. So, as a token of appreciation, I would request Ms. Karuna Prasad, Scientist E, to kindly hand over a memento to Mr. Amit. Mr. Amit is an expert when it comes to IoT related standards, guidelines, as far as IoT security is concerned. Thank you, Amit. Thank you. So we'll move on to the next session. The next talk is on enabling trust in large-scale IoT networks. To deliver the talk, we have with us Mr. Santosh Sam Koshi, Scientist E, C-DAC Hyderabad, a good friend of mine, and he will be delivering this talk. Let me just give a brief intro of Santosh. Santosh is designated as Scientist E and has been associated with C-DAC Hyderabad since 2005. He has completed his PGDESD program of C-DAC from C-DAC Hyderabad, and he is a BE in Electronics and Telecommunication from Pune University. He has been involved in design and developing of IoT and embedded system solutions for several R&D projects at C-DAC, targeting application domains like agriculture, smart cities, transportation, etc. He has got to his credit more than 15 international journals and conference publications. With this brief introduction, I would like to invite Sam to deliver this talk, please.
So I hope I'm audible, but the slide deck can be brought up. Just to kind of speak a little bit about what I've been doing last 20 years of my working career. I'm fundamentally a IoT systems developer person. I've been working in developing IoT kind of systems, embedded systems for various domains like transportation, agriculture. We've come out with some products in that space. A new area that I've kind of added on in the past 5 years has been IoT security. And we've done some good amount of work on this space, security testing especially. Today's talk is going to be on the device lifecycle management. This is a solution we implemented as part of a small project that we developed at C-DAC. Fundamentally trying to club the IoT with the blockchain kind of infrastructure and see what kind of use cases can be built around it. And Amit was talking a lot about the device lifecycle management. And probably this is the next level of that, because we've done a full implementation of this this thing on an IoT device, and we've also showcased it. And then that's something I'd also be focusing on today. In general, when you talk about IoT, you know that these are vulnerable, constrained devices. And the moment you say IoT and then you talk security, the challenge that comes up is, how do you secure these constrained small entities? Or what level of security is important? Or are traditional methods of security that are used in IT infrastructure applicable to the IoT environment?
So these are some questions that you'll generally come across when you look at IoT. And what we've really done in the area of IoT security is also develop a handbook that can be used to test and evaluate how IoT devices are and how secure they are with relationship in relation to the standards that specify what requirements of security are required in a IoT device. For example, Amit was talking about EN 3036645. That's a popular standard on IoT security for consumer devices. And so what we've done is we've taken all these standards. There are standards from NIST, there are standards from ETSI, and there are standards from OWASP that talk about IoT. And all these standards specify requirements. So we look at the requirements and we define procedures through which those requirements could be evaluated in a given device. So you can go to an extent in testing this. And so we've come up with an entire handbook where you can just give it to a testing lab and they can follow it with the tools that are specified to go ahead and get an assured degree of satisfaction or assurance or compliance towards the standards implementation in the security paradigm. Also, we've come out with a grading scheme because we know that many of these checklists are exhaustive. For example, OWASP talks about some 150 checklists that have to be there on an IoT device. Not all IoT devices can do that. ETSI talks about some 75 or 90 similar checklists. GSMA talks about 190 checklists. Just imagine having to evaluate all of this. It's not going to happen in short period of time. And the IoT life cycle itself, is probably 3 to 5 years. You buy a product today, IoT product, use it for a couple of years, and then you give it up, right? So the testing should not take more time as compared to the life cycle itself. So in that context, we also come up with a grading scheme that allows you to go methodologically into the testing and look at it from a perspective of which domain you're trying to satisfy, what is the application use case, and therefore go to the extent of being able to do black box testing and then enter into the white box space where you need the OEM to be part of it. So this is something we've done. And right now we are working on a project called the Sandbox, where the initial work was done for consumer IoT devices. And now the Sandbox is taking it forward towards industrial control, automotive, and medical devices, where tools will be developed and similar kind of procedures will be developed. But today I'm just going to talk about how you implement or the implementation that we've done for the secure IoT device lifecycle management. We've called this product Secure DLM, Secure Device Lifecycle Management. And that's powered by the blockchain technology. So I'll very quickly run through these concepts. And specifically, as far as the theme of this forum is concerned in DIITA, I'm looking at trust. How do you ensure or enable that trust framework to come up into IoT environments? So we'll just move to the next slide. Yeah, so the next slide. Yeah, so if you just consider what an IoT is, I've taken this graphic from somewhere. My apologies, but otherwise it generally summarizes what a typical IoT system is. You have data sensors where data is generated. You have processing where the data is, there's some amount of processing to an extent you call sensor fusion, you use those terms. And then you have a data connection where you try to connect to a network to upload your data, to send your data. Now, each of these have individual components like sensors, there are umpty number of sensors. In addition to sensors, you have actuators, which are more problem because the sensor generates data and actuator allows to control a system or a process. Then you have the processing elements. The processing elements could be low compute elements, low memory elements. They could be medium compute elements or high compute elements. Nowadays, you talk about GPUs also coming into the IoT space. You talk about neuromorphic computing that's coming through. And you are having chips that can be embedded onto an embedded system. You can put onto an embedded system like an IoT to run your models on the device itself. So the compute is also changing. And then you have this fragmented area of the connection, which is n number of wireless protocols, all the way from low power personalized area networks, LP-WANs, as well as personal area networks, as well as WANs. And so, given the kind of use case you have, the wireless communication changes, and therefore the security requirements also tend to change. You take all that data into probably a server, you do some analysis, you generate smart applications or smart devices, and you collect all that information to make intelligent services applicable to people, right? So how does the IoT differentiate from other electronic technology? Fundamentally, they're low power, low memory constrained devices. We know that. And they're fundamentally wireless with multiple types of wireless communication radios. And they have sensing and actuation brought into picture. So you can also generate data out of your ecosystem, and you can also control the ecosystem accordingly. So next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so just some statistics on the penetration. This slide just tells you that IoT is here and it is projected to proliferate in this world. From a revenue standpoint, we expect in 2023 Q2, the revenue on IoT was 662 billion US dollars, and the number of devices about 12 billion in 2021. We've heard this number of 50 billion devices by 2030. We're not far from it. A better way of looking at it is to say how many devices does an individual have with him, right? An IoT device, or how many IoT devices are serving an individual. If you look at foreign countries, that number is about 15 to 18 devices per individual. Look at India, it's about 1 to 2 devices, and that's going to increase because the moment it increases, you just see that IoT is everywhere in most sectors. Next slide. This is another interesting slide which tells you that the wireless connectivity of the IoT and their percentage of coverage. You can see there is LPWA and the legacy cellular. That's small in terms of a percentage of coverage, but it is increasing. It shall increase in the next few years. Next. Next slide, please. So, I can take that here. So I just wanted to share some interesting aspects. We said this is a space where there are numerous number of devices, and 30% of your enterprise devices today are essentially of the nature of IoT. Okay, and that's catching fast in the industry. Second aspect of the IoT environment is that these devices are deployed in target environments that are distributed, and they are unsupervised and physically exposed. That is, a new aspect of physical tampering can come into picture. Now, Amit was talking about an automotive. He said there are about 250 ECUs, right? And he also made a statement that you can flood the canvas with data and get control of it. A very simple example of doing that is just take a car, take out its headlight, replace it with a headlight which you have engineered. Okay. And if they've not isolated the canvas into different networks, what's going to happen is you're going to see all the data that's flowing on that CAN. If you have access to a DBC and if they followed DBC files that are standardized, you'll also be able to see all the data. Even if you don't have a DBC access, you can always do a replay attack onto that device. So you can test and see what is the DBC, the message that is causing a certain function to happen and replay it, right? And there's been such kind of a hack that's been demonstrated by a product that was sold by a company in China, where you can just get out your headlight and replace it with this device, and you've most literally brought that vehicle to a standstill because you can do anything therefore. So physical tamper is something that's very important and more prevalent in the IoT space simply because These are untethered systems or environments where anybody just has access physically to that ecosystem. The third aspect I already touched upon this is the different types of IoT devices. So just look at the spectrum of IoT. It's very easy to develop, and therefore you have many processors or hardware chipsets, many types of operating systems, many different types of firmware as well that can reside on this IoT ecosystem. It's not standardized. If you look at the IT infrastructure, you know very clearly that there's iOS, there is Windows, and there's embedded Linux or Linux in general. And so most of the things work. You don't really need to worry about it. If you go to the IoT, it could be bare metal, it could be an RTOS which somebody has implemented, or it could be also embedded Linux and many other operating systems like that. Again, they are constrained in terms of the amount of compute power they have, constrained in the amount of memory they have, and also constrained in the trade-off of range versus the life of the battery versus the communication bandwidth that they can really give you. Okay, so that's the other aspect of the IoT, and the use cases are all obvious. Again, there are multiple application domains where this can be used. I've talked about consumer-centric. In the consumer-centric, you can use it for residential purposes. You can use it for public spaces. You can also use it for a strategic use. For example, just take a smart camera. I can use that smart camera in my house, CCTV. The government can use it, or the municipality can use it in your environments for surveillance. You can use it also in your infrastructure, like a product, like a factory, or like a strategic agency, where you want to monitor stuff that's happening, right? Surveillance. Now, based on where it is being used, the kind of requirements also vary, right? I cannot take a residential device and expect it to perform perfectly or the way it should and protect my interests in my enterprise or for that matter in a public space. So there is a wide application domain where this is going to find use. Healthcare is one place, healthcare or other medical devices, automotive, enterprises, strategic agencies, industrial control. All these are only moving towards the IoT space. More importantly, this point is important that they have continuous operation. Unlike most of our IT infrastructure that we tend to turn off, these devices operate for long periods of time, and many a times their operational lifespan is typically greater than the cybersecurity lifespan. That is, the company that is providing you updates on the cybersecurity side will say that within 2 years, no further updates. But this device is going to be used for 5 to 7 years. So what about its state from a cyber security standpoint? That's very important. Second is that many things happen in our environment dynamically. Software updates is one aspect where the functionality of the device just keeps getting more and more robust. So you keep adding new functionality and also making the existing functionality more secure. Second is configurations. You tend to configure the device for different use cases. We are living in a world where we're talking about software-defined vehicles. So it means that every vehicle can be configured remotely through software. And therefore, the car comes as a black box having all its features in hardware available. And based on what kind of a license you've subscribed to, the feature can be enabled. So what's happening to the car? Configuration is happening on that, and its capabilities are being upgraded, right? So that's one aspect. And people tend to have remote access for certain operations, especially in industrial control, where you have many of these PLCs and RTOs deployed at a site. You cannot be physically visiting the location to kind of monitor what's happening. So you would require some form of a remote access or a kind of a virtual private network into that ecosystem, into a specific device to see if things are happening the way it should or there are problems. That's another aspect of the IoT ecosystem that we have to be wary about. So what does this mean with regard to cybersecurity? That these are devices that are easy targets for an attack to occur, right? Because they are untethered, they are deployed, they are wireless. And more importantly, the IoT world is about functionality first, security later. Right? Everybody does it that way. Right? They've designed devices, security was never, it's always an afterthought. So that's a problem. And once these are infected with malware, they can become a playground for botnets to kind of compromise your entire network or do things that you don't want them to do. Third, these also have poor cybersecurity practices in terms of hard-coded default passwords and the same passwords being used on multiple devices. We're talking a lot about identity, right? Now, you go to the market and buy a consumer device like a camera or like a television, you won't be surprised to find that most of these devices will have the same identity, right? They just hard code a certain ID onto it. And just because you are not networking them or you assume you're not networking them, they tend to follow the same ID for ease of implementation. That's the other problem with this. This I don't want to talk much about, but just focus on the right side box, which talks about the security challenges in IoT devices. Uh, these are some of the things that could really happen. The attacks are very well known. The Mirai is a popular attack that has happened. Tesla also has been attacked. Jeep, Chrysler's Jeep has been attacked. So there are a lot of these attacks that we are generally aware of, and they stem up from these forms of security challenges in the IoT device. That is access control that's incorrect. The attack surface is very large, outdated software. The encryption is generally not there. Software has inherent vulnerabilities that's never tested, and vendor vendors don't have an understanding of what security is. Even in the OEMs of big automotives, they're really struggling at this point of cybersecurity because it's a discipline that's totally different as opposed to what the OEM is used to. Yeah. So just moving on, the question that we want to ask today is: will our traditional cybersecurity approaches work? So what happens when you want to deploy a web application on a server today? At least from certain, it is mandated that these have to be cyber audited, right? Cyber security audited. So they follow the OWASP top 10 requirements, and every uh, organization that intends to host a website, a public website, goes to any of these auditors, provides a staging environment where it can be tested, and you do a set of security tests on that device, on that web application, and give it a certificate of compliance for a year. And then it is safe to host, right? So that's essentially what's happening around the world. The problem is that this kind of an approach cannot be applied to the IoT environment, all right? And it should not also be applied to IT infrastructure environment simply because I have tested this solution for certain features that have been implemented. The moment you go and deploy it, the owner of that site is free to change it, right? We can just get back and say that, okay, I've given a compliance to this specific version of the software and this hardware, all right? He goes and does a firmware update, the firmware changes, right? It opens up a Pandora's box where security is again vulnerable, and that could be an entry point for any attacker to hit. Even if you have a mechanism of auditing it statically at one point in time, it's not sufficient. You cannot really implement that kind of mechanism. So from an IoT standpoint, first and foremost, it's not directly integrable with existing IT cybersecurity mechanisms, simply because the ecosystem itself is different. And more importantly, that it doesn't have the compute power that you can use on traditional systems. Some of the aspects are weak, unlimited encryption facilities, and they are deployed the manner in which they're deployed. And more importantly, what Amit was also talking is that each of these systems are associated with the device lifecycle. So if we just want to talk about the lifecycle, we can summarize it as that the lifecycle has four parts. The first part of it is ideation, where you think about the device, you design it, you develop the corresponding software or the device or hardware, and you provision it with certain security credentials, right? Security artifacts. For that, for example, a unique ID, okay, or a certificate. or a private key that is required for the device to do its operations, right? And once you do that provisioning phase, you take it and deploy it into the field. The moment you deploy it into your target ecosystem, it has to wake up. It has to operate on itself, right, by itself. So there is an onboarding phase where the device now wakes up in its environment and it has to register. It has to call itself out to the head end, to its server, to its infrastructure, to say or to claim that it is alive and ready to run, right? And what are its functionalities and what is the job that it's going to do. So that aspect of it, where the device is in the environment, there is an initial configuration that you do before you actually go and deploy it. And once you deploy it, the device has to be authenticated into that network in which it operates. That is the onboarding phase of the device into the network. The second aspect is its operational phase, where the life cycle of the device is now continuous, that it's running, it's live. During this time, you can have changes in functionality. It's executing its functionality, so you can have changes in its functionality. You can change certain aspects of how it performs. You need to continuously monitor its health, so the health parameters keep getting logged and data parameters keep coming through. And then you also have security updates that keep happening frequently, and configurations on the device that change the manner in which it works. So that is what's going to happen in its operational phase. And once the device is finished its operations, you would have configured that device for a specific use case. There could be a possibility that there is some private information of the user existing on that device. And so if you're going into a phase of decommissioning that device or moving it from that network, you also have to take care of the data that has been there on that device, so as to make sure that nobody who has access to the device subsequently is able to tamper with that information or make sense out of it. So that's the other aspect of the device. So will our traditional cybersecurity approaches work? Not directly, but the need is basically a combination of lightweight security measures that ensure the CIA triad is fulfilled by these devices. But more importantly, it is coupled with a mechanism through which you can do dynamic and runtime assessment of the device's state when it is in its deployment space. So if you just do a survey of what's happening out there in the world, Amazon, Mokana, AV, System, ARM, and Kaspersky, these are just 5. There may be many more, but these are the relevant ones who've built in certain features on their infrastructures or their solutions, kind of bring in mechanisms like audits of the device, the configuration changes that are happening on the device, or securely bootstrapping the device into the network, registering it and getting it to run. How do you securely pre-commission and commission the device into the network? So they all think about all of this, and they target specific types of operating systems and infrastructures. So that's what was happening. So we move to the next slide. Can you manually move it? Yeah. So what we is there are certain aspects of an IoT network that you would like to audit. For example, if you just think about a large scale infrastructure, okay, there are multiple users that can be in that infrastructure, multiple stakeholders, multiple types of devices, multiple kinds of operations that are happening on those devices. And how do you make sure that all this is cohesively functioning without one of them making a change on that network and the entire network going down? Okay, so we thought, why not bring up blockchain as the backbone for this infrastructure, where you can audit various operations that are happening on that IoT ecosystem. So we came up with a solution of having blockchain for IoT device lifecycle management, where blockchain brings in decentralization, brings in immutability as a single source of truth. It brings in identity and authentication and immutability of the transactions that have happened. It brings in auditability and accountability. That is, whatever changes are made on the blockchain, they cannot be, nobody else can change it. Even if you try to make some changes to the back end, that change is also recorded. And so there's a trail of evidence that shows or proves that something has happened on the system. And more importantly, you can build automation in your ecosystem using smart contracts. The code of this business logic of the smart contracts themselves can be audited and securely stored in the blockchain network. So I don't want to talk about this much, but essentially a blockchain is a distributed ledger. Traditional systems are a centralized ledger where one change is basically shared or the same ledger is moved across. In a distributed ledger, every stakeholder holds a copy of that ledger, and there is a consensus algorithm through which a change is recorded and stored equitably across all of them so that they all see the same system. So if one tries to attack one part of this ledger, the others can detect it and it is recorded as a change. So just some aspects of the blockchain, where if you see as far as data handling is concerned, while traditional systems allow you to create, read, write, and delete, here in blockchain you'll not have a delete operation but only an append operation. So you may delete, but that is also recorded as an event in the blockchain or a block in that network. So how do you use it in the IoT device lifecycle? You use it in places where you have multiple stakeholders. These stakeholders could be organizations, these could be people, these could be regulators, or this could be enforcing agencies. You use it where you have multiple types of applications, private applications, public applications, or enterprise kind of applications, where there are multiple devices, sensors, actuators, compute devices, graphic gateways, etc. And all these devices are supplied by multiple vendors, right? And you have multiple operations. So like firmware updates, configuration, malware protection, credential management of the system, all these cases. Wherever you want to manage all of these multiple stakeholders together, the blockchain would really come handy. And what does blockchain basically bring? Brings in that level of trust across multiple stakeholders, across multiple types of devices, across multiple applications, and across multiple operations that happen on this network. So smart use case, probably in smart cities, you know that the government intends to, has come out with the first phase of the smart city project. There's 100 smart cities. And these smart cities, essentially, many of them are looking at IoT. They look at smart metering. They look at smart traffic signals, many kinds of different kinds of applications. And so you see that multiple stakeholders are there, like integrators, developers, administrators, and the citizen. Multiple applications like surveillance, pollution, traffic signals, tracking, utilities of your house. Multiple devices like cameras, meters, all of these niche IoT devices with their own capabilities and operations. And again, the operations may be more or less same for all of them, but because they have different architectures, the mechanism in which it's done may differ. The firmware updates happen on devices, remote configurations keep happening on the devices. Malware could be dropped on the device because of its physical proximity to agents or attackers. And also credential management. One important thing is that, see, today you work in an environment where a lot of attrition is there. So there's a camera company and they have deployed cameras in the city. An employee of that company quits and goes. He's got access to all the credentials of that environment, right? So what do? You should have a mechanism in which you can automate the change of credential without the person being part of. The moment the person changes or periodically you're moving away. The same can be talked about from an automotive ecosystem space as well, where in the automotive ecosystem, a very closed box, you have multiple vehicle manufacturers, specifically from the context of connected vehicles, where vehicles talk to each other and they talk to the infrastructure. All of them have to be standardized and all of them have to have the same kind of security implementation for them to understand each other. Certificates were being mentioned. Then you have other stakeholders like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 OEMs that come in and help the OEMs build those products. How do you ensure that there is trust in what is coming into the system. Then there are the regulatory bodies that need to depend on what the vehicle is giving. How do you ensure trust is there? And many other, and the citizen, at the end of the day, the citizen should be able to trust this system. So again, as Amit was saying, ECUs are plenty in number, and each of these ECUs could be intra-network or they could be inter-network with the external world. And so how do you ensure that there is a balance of trust that is maintained within the vehicle so that you're not overbearing on the infrastructure like a question was asked, but you're assured that essential elements of trust are still maintained in this ecosystem. So what we came up with is this model, which is called Secure DLM. It's a blockchain-assisted IoT device lifecycle management solution. And as the name suggests, it's powered by a blockchain backend infrastructure, where we provide all these features. One feature is called the secure device onboarding feature, where you provision the device with certain artifacts that are generated by the blockchain, and so the blockchain maintains those credentials. Second, when the device tries to register, it dynamically generates a fingerprint of itself and connects that fingerprint with the credential that was put onto the device. This credential could be a certificate. This credential could be an ID, like C-DAC Bengaluru is coming up to. We've just used a UUID that's globally available just to maintain uniqueness. But nonetheless, you can categorize, I mean, you can, in a sense, classify that device through its fingerprint. And this fingerprint need not necessarily be a fingerprint of total uniqueness like a hash. It can also be a similarity score fingerprint, so that tomorrow, if some component of your device changes, the fingerprint still becomes valid, remains valid, because you're within the threshold of operations. That is, the fingerprint doesn't allow you to change some aspects. For example, there is a Wi-Fi module on that device or a GSM module on that device, and for some reason, operational purposes, you wanted to change it. The fingerprint gets altered, no doubt, because the fingerprint is generated by all these hardware artifacts and the firmware artifacts into a unique ID. And that fingerprint has a similarity index score. And therefore, if you're within a threshold, you should be able to kind of accept that change before you reject the device. So what it allows you is to figure out whether people are trying to spoof on that network and come out with an ID that is similar to yours. Because every transaction that follows is dynamically computed with the fingerprint, generated with a dynamic fingerprint that goes to the blockchain for validation. Second aspect is we do periodic device authentication. The device announces itself periodically. You can define what is the periodicity at which this authentication happens. So that if you now do a scan on your network and you find certain devices, the list of devices, you can connect those devices to which of them are authentic and which are not. So you can root out rogue devices that have probably entered your network simply because this solution resides on the device. Third, you can prevent malware from being dropped onto the device, especially if it's an embedded Linux kind of file system. Anybody having access to your device can just bring a binary and put it in a place and get it to execute. Here, you can not only detect that there is a malware that's added onto a binary that's added onto the device, but you can also control whether you want to allow it to execute or not. Right. So before, when the malware tries to execute, the software or the agent that resides on the device will prevent it from executing because it does not recognize the signature of that binary, or it's a new binary that's not whitelisted. Fourth, there is configuration changes that keep happening. So every time a configuration change happens, you can audit that change to figure out who has made that change, when it has happened, and the trail of that entire configuration change. So that way, if something happens on your infrastructure, on your network, on your vehicle, you can very quickly look at who caused that change and therefore take preventive action, or you can take, not preventive, you can take post action on what has happened. In general, in smart cities, what was understood is system integrators. Let's say L&T is a big company that implements smart city. Not one OEM is able to go and deploy the solution for a smart city, the scale of the smart city. So they break it down into multiple pieces and they define a standard in which the devices should be implemented, features they provide. Then goes and does a configuration change on this infrastructure, the entire system can come down. Okay, so L&T has this problem of how do you know who's done it and who do you hold accountable in this ecosystem, which essentially anybody can deny. So that aspect of non-repudiation comes through this blockchain ecosystem, where you have a trail now of what has happened, and therefore you can decide whether or not or who has made that change and hold them accountable for that function. Again, there is firmware authenticity, where whenever a firmware is brought in legally, a whitelisted firmware, you can verify its authenticity with a blockchain to make sure that it is the firmware that is intended to run, and nobody has kind of intercepted in the middle and put something that through the legal channels. Apart from that, on the network side, we have discovery, where I already spoke. You can root out rogue devices on your network, and also do vulnerability assessment on the ports that the device exposes. All of this done with a zero-touch deployment scheme, so that this binary gets up and running by itself. So this solution basically resides in two forms. There is an agent that resides on the device. It's called the SD code, the secure device code, and it monitors and enforces certain functions on the device. There may be a requirement of a little bit of tight coupling with the host application that resides on the device. But if their OEM or a vendor is not interested in doing that, we've also exposed the blockchain API so that he can go ahead and do his own implementation, and the same thing can be brought in. So those are the components. We have the SD code, we have the network evaluation tools, we have the blockchain infrastructure, which can be quickly brought up. It's a permissioned private blockchain. And so you can use it in exclusive infrastructures as well as you can deploy it in city-wide infrastructures. And there's a dashboard for visualization. So what we have as such is what you see here. There's a OEM device host application that resides in blue. Whatever you see in green and red, these are the components of our agent. The ones in green are provisioned at the manufacturing time. They are the bare minimal essentials. The ones in red are licenses that you can download based on your use case. So if you want to have periodic device authentication or malware protection or configuration audit trail or firmware authenticity, you can pull in those services onto the device through the blockchain and get it executing with a zero-touch kind of mechanism, so that the only touch that happens is at manufacturing side. Now, what happens? This is for greenfield IoT cases where you're going up live. What about gray fields where it's already been deployed? Well, the same solution can be brought to execute on the device if the device has a firmware update mechanism through which you can piggyback the solution onto the device. So that is also possible. So essentially, the user, any OEM or the stakeholder interacts with the dashboard, which talks to a REST gateway or the BCT gateway, and allows both the device and the user to kind of interact and maintain or observe a trail of what's happening. So what did we do? We've implemented all these features on embedded Linux as our base platform earlier in collaboration with L&T. We've done an in-house testing at C-DAC. We've done in-house testing with L&T themselves in their infrastructure. And we've also deployed this in Smart City, Jhansi Smart City for traffic signal monitoring as a successful use case of how the device lifecycle can be monitored. Now, the current place at which we are is that the second phase of this project is being implemented in the sandbox aspect. And the business part of this is also being looked at when the moment the Smart City phase 2 is going to come out shortly, probably in a year or so by MOUD. So yeah, these are some snapshots of our solution. And the way forward is we've started interacting with DIS to come up with a standard definition of a standard for secure and dynamic DLM operations in IoT networks. In fact, we are writing a proposal with DIS to have a standard exclusively for this.
And this standard will be based on the blockchain infrastructure, where the API will be clearly defined as to what are the functionalities and how it should be utilized. And we also provide the SDK that is required for either embedded Linux or a low-end embedded device, which could be used by manufacturers, but could also be implemented by them if they know what is the API. So that's our technology offering: the blockchain API, a web console, and the IoT SDK. Right now, we have the embedded Linux-based SDK available for use. As part of the Sandbox project, we are developing a framework through which you can utilize it in bare metal as well as in an RTOS environment. So our targeted application domains are smart cities, and we are also looking at automotive and critical infrastructures kind of spaces. So I think that's it from my side on device lifecycle monitoring, where Amit was talking about the identity. We are talking about the processes and the operations that should be monitored in the life cycle of the device. And there's a solution that's available for use if you may be interested at your workplaces. Thank you. If any questions are there, I'll be willing to.
Thank you, Santosh, for bringing a great insights on IoT security. So you talked about, actually, I'm having two questions. My first question is the problem which you talked about, now the operational life cycle versus cybersecurity life cycle. So how you people are managing that part?
Yeah, so essentially, the first part of the problem is to be aware. All right. And generally, there is a disclosure that the OEM has to do when he says that the cybersecurity part of it is being resolved. I mean, not being supported anymore. So the agent can call it out onto the blockchain to say that the cybersecurity lifecycle of this device is done with. And thereafter, it's the prerogative of the user to go ahead and use it at his own risk, because you cannot enforce from the device. We can do that. We can just stop the software from executing, but it may be a violation of certain critical functions. For example, if you're talking about a machine that is used in a hospital, right? It is seen more often than not that the cybersecurity updates are null and void after 2 to 3 years because the hardware has migrated. But hospitals are reluctant to change because they've invested a lot of money on this already, and it is working. So therefore, calling it out is fundamentally important to show people that yes, there is you are still vulnerable. At least to tell them very clearly that there is a possibility that you could be attacked, and then allowing them to take a conscious decision. So that's the only thing we can do. Though we could even control its execution, we wouldn't want to enter into that space unless it is regulated or mandated by law.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense actually. And the other point that we were bringing no with respect to the dynamic fingerprint, which is not getting changed, but based on some threshold, if people are taking the decision. So have you seen any, I mean, error in that, taking the decision? Because we are not changing the fingerprint, though we are changing the component.
Yeah, so it depends on what kind of identity mechanism you use. If you go with a SHA mechanism, even for a flip of a bit, there's great optionality in the hash algorithm. But you have SSD kind of algorithms, which are more similarity index scores. Okay, so you can define a threshold and say that, okay, I want a similarity not less than 80% or 90%. And so if those two fingerprints mismatch by that amount, you can allow it. If they exceed that, you're just giving a benefit of doubt. You can use either of the two cases. If you are in a setting where you're not going to change any of the hardware, then you can go back and say that I will just go with a hash mechanism so that any flip will deviate majorly and I detect it. If users are saying no, we would like to repair the system or we want to change it in a prototype business, then the SSD kind of similarity score could also be considered. So both provisions are there. That's what I was coming at.
Thanks, Santosh.
I've not seen any changes because in general, it's a user and throw world that we are heading into. Today, because the technology is costly, we don't want to throw. But once the economies of scale come up, and it's more prevalent, then it will just become a use and throw world, in which case you don't need to really have a similarity score index.
Okay. Yeah, got it. Got it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Santosh. Very good work, I must say. One question is, inexpensive devices, as well as, you talked about their lifespan would be 3 to 5 years, right? But from the presentation, it appeared, the kind of work that we need to do, physical vulnerability, software upgrade, and many other things, the testing period could be quite long. So that's one. And also, if I put into the blockchain, smart cities is okay, that's government sponsored, but many of the other consumer goods or industrial applications, enterprise applications, who would be the owner, and is it compensating for all the costs, the device cost versus this? So that's my kind of dilemma in the mind.
Okay, so the first part of your question, the first part is easier answered. But when we talk about the blockchain and why do you need it in this infrastructure and whether it is cost effective, it depends on what is at stake at the end of the day. For example, what are you trying to protect by this? So if you're just looking at a surveillance system, maybe you'll say that I don't need this kind of an infrastructure, right? But if I look at automotive, where error in security or a vulnerability in the security could cost a life, then that's a cost that I'm willing
the critical
to bear.
Infrastructure.
It depends on where you want to position this. So I'll take it as that. So can you just repeat
the first part? I think the automation solves the problem. Do you have enough automations to be able to reduce the testing time and to get to the level?
I just your question slipped off my mind, though I had an answer.
I was just asking, the smaller devices, the time to test because
the
of
time
all
to test.
the
I'll
things.
give you an example. So the railways came up with this requirement saying that they want all their platforms surveillance surveyed using surveillance cameras, right? And all the OEMs were asked to comply to a set of requirements that were mooted by OWASP, ASVS, Appendix C, which had some 36 or 24 checklists. So one of these OEMs came up to us and said, since you guys have been working on to this technology, you know how to test it. Can you test it and let us know what we can do? Can you give us the report, because there's no certification scheme as of now. And there was a big uproar in the industry simply because of this. It took me 6 months to test all those 24 checklists. 6 months. I had budgeted 45 days. Okay. It took 6 months simply because the product was manufactured somewhere outside the country. I didn't have access to its the OEM, though he comes to me. He's reluctant to share aspects of the device, even though you have an NDA. And when we tested, we realized that there were certain vulnerabilities that needed to be he needed to fix before we could give him a go ahead. Essential. And he was at loss, unable to do it because he didn't have access to the sources. And so that went back and forth, and it went through 3 passes, before which we gave him a conditional report saying that this camera cannot be deployed in these kinds of situations. It can only be deployed in this kind of a specific situation. The point is very right that if you go with this kind of a blanket approach saying that I want 50 checklists to be evaluated, the device will never get sold. It will never get tested either, because both the time required testing as well as the amount of infrastructure required to do that are huge amounts. That's why we came up with a model where we have a 7-level grading scheme, and we look at it very methodologically. We say going to make claims and provide evidences against those claims. And we'll just give him the certificate right away with a label that says that, okay, he is secure to this extent. Within a year, he is supposed to provide evidences in terms of the physical devices and the artifacts that are required to test, and a thorough testing has to be happened. has to take place. Now, how do you base that thorough testing? You fall back onto what traditional standards like common criteria do. You come and say, I want this device certified for EL2 or EL3. So only things that are applicable to EL2 or EL3 get done. So we've come up with another 6 levels where we say at the very minimal level, what is it that you want the device to have as a security feature? The second level, you look at whether its communication is secure. On it. The fourth level, you look at the firmware, and then you look at the more complex operations in 5 and 6. Therefore, you can then connect this to different application domain use cases. If it is strategic, I will go up to 5, 6, and 7. If it is consumer residential purposes, I may be confined to level 0, 1, and 2. That's good enough. And I can also do black box kind of testing to this kind of thing. That way, the time of testing is kind of addressed.
Thank you.
And the effort is also.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. For the want of time, we will be, any questions can be taken offline. So, as a token of appreciation, I would request Dr. Aloknath Dey to kindly hand over a memento to Sam Santosh. Thank you, Sam, for delivering a very insightful talk. Before we break for lunch, we will have one more talk. This particular talk will be delivered by Mr. Pranjal Johri, scientist C from MIT, in online mode, and he is actually spearheading a project on IoT security. The project is called as a comprehensive IoT security ecosystem and sandboxing. So, I would request Mr. Pranjal Johri to kindly deliver this talk.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I hope you can see my face on screen. Can you please confirm?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just sharing my screen, and then is my screen visible?
It is yet to come. You may please share, Pranjal. Click on screen share.
Yeah, I did it only actually. Just I'll do that again.
Yeah.
Stop share. So is it visible now?
Yeah, it has come. Yeah, please go ahead, Pranjal. Make it full screen.
1 second, sir. Now is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. So I think this is the full screen mode only. Now is it better? Hello.
Yes, okay, it is okay, fine.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm quite excited to when I read this topic, DIITA, Dignity, Inclusion in Identity, Trust and Agency, the conference theme. So, and inaugural address, Dr. Sudarshan and Dr. Arvind Kumar sir talked about it, and I think it is the need of the hour to have such things included in the talks and the conferences of IEEE and C-DAC. So coming to my talk, I'll talk about a project which is funded by MIT, and it is being executed by C-DAC Bangalore along with 9 other institutes. So it's the project is IoT Security Ecosystem and Sandbox. So before that, I would like to give a brief about the work of MIT that MIT Cybersecurity Group is doing in field of R&D, promoting R&D in cybersecurity. So these are the major cybersecurity trends that has been captured, and our thrust areas are also mapped accordingly. So our thrust area includes embedded system and IoT security, mobile device security, startup and industry promotion, then malware and ransomware detection and mitigation, risk assessment mitigation, threat intel and AML based threat modeling, and CI infrastructure security, and also building capacity in northeastern region. So this is our steps that we follow for the selection of a R&D proposal. So we fund R&D proposal from GIA, that is grants in aid, and which we give to academic institutes, R&D centers, startups, industries. So what we do, we whenever like with time, like once in a year, twice a year, we float a call or proposal, and we identify thrust areas in that, and we float in on the MIT website and ask people to give their proposals for that, and then we post receive of the proposals, we get in touch with the teams which the proposals which align with our thrust areas, and then we discuss with them to evolve it further if required. Then some examination and processing of the proposal is done, and then it is ultimately put in front of a working group in which we have experts from the industry, academia, and R&D institutes, mostly professors of IITs and people from industry and R&D institutes. And then it is deliberated upon, each proposal is deliberated upon, and then it is put up for approval. And then once approved, we go for the release of funds, and then it is continuously monitored. We conduct PRSG for that, and that PRSG role has to review the project progress and steer it to achieve its objectives. And then if there is a possibility of TOT and patent, so we have a guidelines for that. The IPR lies with the institute, with the PI of the project, and we also explore for the possibility of TOT if that product that is developed from the R&D project outcome can be taken up to the market. So coming to the topic IoT security, so with the rapid evolution of Industry 4.0 and the spread of IoT in the CPS system and its wide application, and the security concern has increased. And with advent of new technology like machine learning, big data analytics, cloud computing, blockchain, 5G, and all these technologies are making IoT more comprehensive, intelligent, and more integrable to the ecosystem. But as per surveys, the maximum number of attacks that are happening is in the field of IoT nowadays. And since the problem is that 98% of the IoT device network goes in plain text, so it exposes the sensitive data in the network, and since it is unencrypted, so that is prone to attack, and that led to data breach also. So security issues can be of two categories. One is because of the physical nature of the small objects. They are small in battery capacity, in power, in computation, and then also because of the mode of communication. So these are the possible security issues in IoT. So you can see DOS, privacy threats, routing attacks, man in the middle. All these are because of the object communications with each other and with the infrastructure. And there are other ethical considerations also involved in IoT security. I will not go deep into it because already all other presentations have deliberated upon these aspects. So I'll come down to the major projects in IoT field. So one project by C-DAC Hyderabad that came up with this handbook on IoT device security evaluation. So Mr. Sam is there, so you can get in touch with him. So he and his team developed this handbook on security evaluation of IoT. So it is, I think, for consumer IoTs they have developed this, and this I think has played a part in coming up with a new proposal on developing an IoT sandbox project. So this sandbox project comprises of four components: functionality sandbox, security sandbox, device security, and IoT network security. So in the security sandbox component, there are these following four components are there. It will provide a testing environment where new systems device can be subjected to security testing. Then isolation environment in which system devices are deployed in near real world environments for restricting access and evaluation. Then it will have a monitoring platform where devices are subjected to prolonged periods of assessment, malware action, trojans, etc. Then stage for pre-qualification and certification trials in which the systems or devices are tested against the qualification and certification requirements. The next, so this is a broad architecture and with the timeline that security sandbox will be developed. So from the start, they will work in first 6 months, they will develop Ethernet security testing, packet analysis, and UART evaluation tools. Then inflow analysis tools, SPI evaluation, timing analysis tools, MQTT protocol evaluation tools will be developed subsequently. And you can see all the hardware level testing, network level testing, side channel analysis, and firmware software level security testing components will be integrated in this. And after 3 years, we expect the sandbox to be functional. And the most important thing is all the tools and testing practices will be indigenous. And this sandbox will be deployed in C-DAC Bangalore. And next is the functionality sandbox that is also to be deployed in C-DAC Bangalore. So it will have four components: that device hardware level functionality testing, device firmware level functionality testing, network level functionality testing, and then end application functionality testing. So these are all the components that you can see in the bubbles here. So these all will be developed indigenously by the in collaboration with all the institutes, C-DAC Bangalore and Hyderabad, and 8 other institutes. They will work on it and deliver it. Then the project also has network security component, zero trust enabled IoT infrastructure. I think Mr. Amit Rao talked about zero trust in IoT in the morning presentation. And then it is also work on attack detection through anomalous behaviors of devices and network traffic, IoT node discovery and management, AI-based security and privacy intelligence systems for extreme edge IoT network, security orchestration and programmable security. Then it also touches upon cellular IoT, that is the future in which devices will be connected through cellular network. And it also comprises of component called IoT device provisioning and enrollment. Then device security component, it has IDOT, secure lightweight embedded OS. I think C-DAC Bangalore has already developed this secure lightweight embedded operating system. So maybe Dr. Vishal is there, he can brief the gathering there about it. Then blockchain assisted IoT security, then enriching IoT security with unique identities through hardware root of trust, secure bootstrapping, lightweight crypto protocols, then security algorithms, and attack detection by network traffic monitoring. So these are the detailed components in which the secure device security component will be worked upon. Now coming to the benefits of this sandbox facility. So in computing terminology, sandbox is an isolated testing environment in which the new or untested software or even used software devices or software can run securely. So this sandbox can test and validate IoT devices systems, including conformance, interoperability, performance, then QoS, security, privacy, and resilience. And then it can label and report compliance to the standards and the performance that has been guaranteed. So benefits will be it will provide a safe testing environment, then rapid prototyping in which it will speed up the development by allowing quick iterations and validations. Security assessment, it will help in identifying vulnerabilities before deployment. Then integration testing, in which that will ensure seamless compatibility with existing system. Cost efficiency, definitely it will reduce risk and cost associated with the failures in the real world deployments. Scalability validation, it will test how IoT solutions can handle increased loads. And then compliance checks, that will verify adherence to industry regulations before deployment. Now, how to make sandbox facility a success? So it will definitely require collaboration with the startups and the industries which are working in the IoT domain and developing IoT products. So first will be the strategic partnership and joint ventures. So I would urge the team working in the field to explore this strategic and partnership and joint ventures with the industries and startups working in the field. And definitely the sandbox facility that is being developed has to comply with regulatory compliance and standardization to make it uh, attract lucrative for the uh, industries to take it up further. Then next, real world deployment and data access. So uh, collaboration with the companies deploying IoT solutions to test and validate devices in actual operating environments and improving reliability and scalability. So that is also very important. Then the sandbox develop should have the capacity to customize itself, the testing frameworks and compliance validation and industry specific security assessments. So that is also needed to make it like accessible and grow in future. And definitely ease of access is always needed, because uh, simplify the onboarding and also offer remote testing facilities, and then flexible usage models should be come up to make the sandbox grow and sustain in future once it is developed. So that's all from my side. I think from the sandbox teams, Dr. Sam is there and Hari Babu's and Raghu HV is there. So the participants who are there, they can interact with them to get deep tech insights of the work they are doing. And also I will urge the team to leverage this opportunity to discuss with the uh, startups and industry participants there to how to take it up and integrate, take them on board, and to take it up in future once it is developed. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Pranjal. Thanks for taking out your time and supporting us in realizing this IoT sandboxing project a reality. Thank you very much. We can put one question before we break for lunch. So, any one question, please. In case if you have any questions. I think there are no questions. So, thank you very much, Pranjal.
Yeah, thank you
very much. I think we will break for lunch now. So we will again reassemble back at 2:15. Thank you very much. I request all members to kindly occupy the seats. We will be starting this session now. So we have very interesting talks in order to keep all of us awake. First is by Mr. Shrikant Nagmani. Identity in the age of generative AI. So before I invite him to deliver his talk, I will just he comes with. Shrikant Nagmani is a technologist, entrepreneur, and a philanthropist. Learning in the Bangalore, looking across patronage at the line, national identity, fronted, digital IT, municipal governance, digital public infrastructure, and AI. Silicon Valley was instrumental in designing the simple architectures and some microsystems. Internet health startup, which achieved significant industry impact. In 2002, Shrikant co-founded the e-governance foundation, creating a digital platform for improving governance and service delivery. Now, operating in over 4,000 cities and 14 countries. The tiny city of Aadhaar was instrumental in setting up the UI Technology Center in Bangalore and led the development of the world's largest biometric system. This initiative is revolutionary in India's national identity and catalyzed the growth of instrumental digital public infrastructure like UPI, DigiLocker, and ONDC. In 2012, we partnered with Remote Crucial Labs, a startup incubator which launched companies such as Newato, Trust, and Verify Digital. The innovation in banking, payments, and identity spaces and fostering digital transformation in these critical industries. In 2021, during the devastating DIITA road, we launched the ICU project, establishing state-of-the-art ICUs and a tele-ICU government hospitals across 10 states, providing critical care access when it was needed the most. In 2023, we were inducted into the ethics committee for the creation of AI Centers of Excellence for Government of India. And we also targeted government fund that funds API, digital public infrastructure projects in many parts of the world. So with this, we found may I invite Shrikant Nagmani to kindly deliver the talk, please. Shrikant?
I can't hear you too well. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. It's clear.
Okay. Can I start now?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to the IEEE conference, the DIITA conference. I apologize for not being able to be there at the Electronic City in Bangalore today. Of course, you're focusing on dignity, inclusion, identity, trust, and agency. And I'm going to focus on at least a couple of them, identity and trust, maybe a little bit on agency. So today's talk is going to be, identity in the age of generative AI. And basically, I'm going to look at how do you prove that you're human in the era of, AI deepfakes. This cartoon came out in the New Yorker in 1983. And, this dog, which is doing something on the computer, tells the other dog on the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. It's a famous cartoon. This is still very relevant, when you're, let's say, logging into a bank, when I'm logging into a bank and the bank server sees a packet coming from me saying, I'm Shrikant, where did you move money from my account to someone else's account? The bank has to figure out that it is indeed Shrikant that's logging in. It's super important. So this is still the problem. How do you establish identity and how do you verify identities online is still the challenge. And the challenge gets worse as we have AI, which is becoming more and more powerful. So the cartoon looks more like this. One sort of AI robot telling the other, nobody knows I'm a robot online, right? And what is the implication of this changing world is what I'm going to talk about. I co-authored a paper with a brilliant set of sort of AI researchers from OpenAI and Harvard and MIT and Microsoft and so on. And in fact, this paper was written August last year, about 6 months ago. Just a couple of weeks ago, we won the Future of Privacy Forum Award in Washington, D.C. Well, it's not just us. There were other papers that won it as well. But I'm going to talk about this paper. And, all right. So we're going to look at what are these AI trends that contribute to online frauds, right? There are two trends that are cause of concern. One is the indistinguishability of AI from human beings, and we'll talk about that. And the other is the scalability of such attacks, right? That's, it's become much more scalable to, perform these attacks. So when we talk about the indistinguishability, today we are able to generate images of people which are indistinguishable from real photographs. Videos, we saw many of this during the US elections, photos and videos of Trump and Kamala Harris and so on and so forth coming up. You can create videos of people and so on. You can make this very, very convincing. It's going to be very hard to distinguish between the real person's photos or videos from those generated using these diffusion models today. And we've all seen it. Midjourney and Sora and many apps do this today. With respect to complex reasoning, thoughts, when we had a conversation with someone, we could be pretty sure that was a human being. Not so anymore. The kind of reasoning models that you're seeing with DeepSeek or O3 models from OpenAI and so on, it's very hard to distinguish that the reasoning capabilities of machines are somehow lesser, and hence you can rely on that to prove humanness. Or even actions, complex actions that you need to perform. Today, with the agentic architectures, AI is able to perform a complex set of actions to deliver on a goal, which isn't doable just as, a single response to a question, but a complex set of actions can also be performed. So it's very hard these days to figure out, is it a human being or is it AI? And of course, the scalability, the decreased cost of this capability. For instance, GPT-3, which came out, 3 years ago, today costs 1,200x lower. It's 1,200x cheaper today in 3 years from the day it began, right? So at an average of 400x cheaper every year, much more faster than Moore's law when you look at the speed at which we're developing AI and the decreased cost. That means everybody can afford it. Bad guys can easily afford the cost of AI. Increased accessibility. You don't need to work with players like Google or OpenAI. You can download your own model from Meta, from the Llama 3 model or the DeepSeek model, and get that power. So increased accessibility. These are the challenges that we face today because of the AI trends, right? Now, the current solutions to counter the AI deception, we have used things like CAPTCHA. We have all seen this on web pages, blurry letters that humans can figure out, whereas AI can't. It's all cracked. AI can figure out CAPTCHA. Okay, these thing of photographs saying, okay, pick out the motorcycle parts or fire hydrant and so on. All of this has been cracked, right? Watermarking, fingerprint, none of these are strong anymore, right? So how do we deal with this, right? Can we see attacks and AI pretending to be humans? It can be humans behind them. I'm not talking about the existential threat of AI doing it on its own consciously. It could simply be bad actors using AI to perpetuate these kind of attacks And none of these countermeasures are powerful enough today, right? So what can we do? Well, we know a couple of things AI still cannot do. Number one, if you see a real person, if I had actually walked into the IEEE conference at IIITB, well, you would have known that I'm a human being. I'm not an AI. I'm not a robot. Okay, that still works. The second is cryptography. Okay, it still can't crack our cryptographic methods, such as factoring very large numbers into prime factors and so on. Well, maybe quantum computers can, but that's a story for another talk. AI still can't deal with these two issues. It can't break these, cryptography or actual offline, physical person being there. So given this, now how do you prove you're human online in the era of AI? This is what we focused on this paper. And basically we came up with this idea of personhood credentials. Okay, the idea of, to offer a credential to the user, some sort of a digital badge that I can wear that says I'm human online. Okay, I can prove that I'm human online. And I can also prove that I'm unique. That means I have only one of these badges. Okay, so so there are 4 properties that are very important to establish these PHCs or personhood credentials. First is, of course, it needs to be privacy preserving. Okay, that means if I show my PHC, it shouldn't show my name and address and gender and date of birth and all kinds of details to the relying party or the service provider. Okay, we should be able to obfuscate that, but still prove that I have a PHC. Okay, through many methods, through ZKPs, zero knowledge proofs, and so on. There are mathematical methods, as you all know, that we can use to do this. So it needs to be privacy preserving, the PHC. Okay. The second is uniqueness. Okay, each person should receive one credential at most. So there is no sort of Sybil attacks where one person is getting, perpetuating, sort of taking too many resources or being able to exploit and go and take more than he or she should, right? Unlinkable pseudo-anonymity. We'll soon come, but I'll show you the architecture of, this identity system where there are issuers who are issuing these PHCs to users, and there are service providers who are relying on these PHCs to offer services. You can call them service providers, you can call them relying parties, but this unlinkability is to ensure that the service providers and service providers, the issuers and service providers are not linked. Because if they're linked, then you can track what the user, the actions that the user performs on various platforms. Okay, again, a violation of privacy. You can see what people are doing across different domains. You went to a bank, you went to an ATM, withdrew money, you went and got a pizza at a pizza delivery store, paid using your digital whatever wallet, and then you went to the movies and bought a ticket. Maybe you bought a ticket online before you went to the movies. Nobody should be able to actually see all of this and orchestrate. I mean, look at all of this, right? So that is the unlinkability aspect. And of course, AI resistance. Okay, credentials cannot be forged by AI. Okay, that's the humanness part. We'll come to that. Okay. Now, how does all of this work? Okay, so the left side, where the issuer issues the credentials, is the enrollment part of it. How do you enroll a user and provide a user with a PHC credential, a personhood credential? And the right side is the usage. The user takes these PHCs online and goes to different service providers, either through websites or whatever, mobile apps and so on, and proves he or she is human, and the service provider provides a service, right? So that's the usage part of it. Now, let's take, to make it a little bit more concrete in the Indian context, let's say the issuer is Aadhaar. Okay, Aadhaar is issuing the PHCs. Aadhaar doesn't issue PHCs yet, but let's just imagine Aadhaar in the future is issuing PHCs, private personal credentials. And let's say the service provider is a bank, for instance. the user needs to open a bank account, let's say in this example. So the user first provides, requests for credentials with Aadhaar and says, okay, I want a Aadhaar PHC, and provides certain evidence, okay, to say that I'm human and these are my details, this is my name, address, gender, date of birth, and I'll prove to you that I'm human, maybe through biometrics because Aadhaar collects biometrics and so on. So there is some collection of some evidence that the user provides to the issuer, which in this case is Aadhaar, and Aadhaar verifies all this. Okay, is this truly a person? By looking at the biometrics, it's got to be a person, and maybe the fact that one of my people enrolled this person and that person checked that this was truly a person who came to the office and so on. And then the second is, can we ensure that this person has never been in the system and it's indeed a unique individual? This we do through a deduplication process using biometrics and 1:n deduplication. So both those validity checks are done in step number 4. And in step number 5, if 4 is all successful, Aadhaar issues a personhood credential to the user. Okay. Now, the user wants to, okay, let's say many days later, the user says, okay, I want a bank account, and it looks like Aadhaar PHCs can be used online. I don't have to go and walk into a bank and do all of this and prove that, I'm here and here are my docs and so on. So the user can authorize the usage of the PHC, the personal credential, to the service provider, the bank. And those can, well, you can do it in many ways. You don't have to disclose the details of your PHC. You don't have to show your personal credentials with all those details that Aadhaar has embedded in it. You might want to just say, I do have a PHC. Actually, this doesn't work in the case of a bank. It works in the case of, let's say you have to prove you're above 18 or 21 to get into a bar. And let's say you have a bouncer app. And in that case, you can upfront say, okay, I'm about 18 without disclosing my PHC. Right? In the case of the bank, you actually need to show your name and address and whatnot because of KYC, know your customer details. So for whatever be the actual scenario, I can either show my PHC, personal credential, or I can show parts of the details in my PHC through zero-knowledge proofs. And the service provider, that's a bank, can verify it, meaning they can verify that it is indeed being signed by the issuer, which is Aadhaar, and so all is good. Aadhaar is actually vouching for all these details, and they've already done the humanness check of this person. I know this person's human, and all the details given in this PHC are valid and correct, and it is signed by the UID Authority of India, and all is good. And hence, the user is verified, and I'm going to open a bank account, right? This is perhaps how it could work, okay, in the context of, in this case, Aadhaar and a bank account, using the personal credentials completely online. So here's what I was just imagining, how would you do this? Let's say this were done through a Zoom call, okay, to make it even more concrete, okay? Actually, the guy in the monitor should be the guy with the suit. He's the guy, the banker, and the guy at home should be the guy with the t-shirt. But anyway, it got all mixed up in my prompt to, I think, Midjourney, which generated this picture today. So let's say a bank relationship manager initiates a Zoom call to help a customer to open a bank account. And this is a slightly different case. I'm showing how the customer here is trying to see whether this is a robot masquerading as a bank manager or a relationship manager, or is this truly a person from the bank who's coming through Zoom, right? So the bank relationship manager initiates a Zoom call. The customer wants to check if this is a bona fide bank RN. And hence, what does he do? He goes and sees that there is a badge up there that says, this is the personal credential of the bank RN, and he can click on it and he can see the details, right? You can double click on it and you can even download some of the details of what the fact that the PHC is valid and it's signed by Aadhaar and so on. This is sort of a variant of the same bank account case, right? So how do you establish humanness? Okay, we saw the examples of how it can be used, but how does an institution, a company, a government establish humanness. Because in the case of Aadhaar, it was very different. People actually went to a office somewhere and filled out a form and gave your biometrics and all that. So you're beyond doubt a human when you did all of that. So in some sense, that's the first case, the biometric method, where Aadhaar, this company called WorldCoin that does love and iris and so on. And the National Institute of Standards considers this biometric verification strength of evidence. But so be it. So that's one case. But that's not necessarily the way every government, everybody in the world does, that could do this establishing of humanness. There are other strategies that people have used. You can look at a social graph. Who are all the people that you know? Can a bunch of people vouch for you and say, we are all already established our humanness, we have a personal credential, and people with personal credentials, can they vouch for and say, oh, I know this person? And if you get 3 votes or 4 votes or whatever, then automatically you're given a PNC, a personal credential as well, right? And there are companies that have tried these things. There's another strategy. There's a sort of a verification party, and people are there. 100 people turn up literally, and everybody is verified as fully human, and you get updated in the system and so on. There are companies like Bright ID, IDIITA, and so on that have used these strategies of social graphs and web of trust to establish humanness. There's a third approach that happens, especially with government-based IDs, like birth certificates and passports and so on. These are called breeder documents. We've had it for so long, and these can be used to breed new forms of ID. And if you've had it for a while and there've been a whole bunch of transactions, you sort of know that these breeder documents have a person who's behind this. And so hence they are considered as good enough to establish humanness. So these are sort of some of the ways in which systems can establish humanness of people and create a PHC out of it. Okay, of these 3 systems, when you consider the strength of these different methods, biometrics is obviously pretty strong, as the NIST thought it was the strongest. We can perform a 1:1 deduplication check like Aadhaar does, and uniqueness can also be checked. And it can offer a very strong level of assurance during the verification. Right? If you put your fingerprint and say, I'm human, and it actually checks against an issuer, it's very, very strong. The social graph and web trust is sort of weak because they struggle to get scale. Digitally imagining getting people in the social graph to all vote, or actually getting people together to do these kind of verification parties and so on, they don't scale very well. And also uniqueness constraint is very hard. You could masquerade and as other people and turn up at different parties and so on. So it's hard to get uniqueness, although the proof of humanness works, but it doesn't scale very elegantly, like, for instance, the biometric method does. The government ID based on breeder documents is sort of in between, okay? It's weak with respect to uniqueness. It's probably pretty good with respect to assuring that it's a human behind this particular document because of the various transactions that had happened in the past. Okay, so there are sort of 3 key benefits of this PHC system. It reduces the impact of sock puppeting. Sock puppeting is a word, it's basically creating fake online identities or using multiple accounts to deceive, okay? Elon Musk had a big problem just before he purchased Twitter, and he said, oh, these are all people with multiple IDs. And, hence the act of true unique accounts is very small, okay? If you remember, it was like a big deal, and he kept saying, I don't want to buy it anymore, and so on and so forth, because of this sock puppeting, people having multiple IDs. And because Twitter doesn't stop it, Gmail doesn't stop it, Facebook doesn't stop it, you can have as many accounts as you want. Right? So they might end up claiming, oh, we have so many accounts, but that doesn't mean there are so many unique humans behind. right? So you can use this to manipulate perception, public opinion, okay, and so on social media and so on and so forth. Okay, mitigate bot attacks. Of course, if you're able to verify humanness, you can mitigate bot attacks. You can first check for humanness with a PHC before you allow these bots to log into your systems, right? And third, of course, is the verifying delegation to AI agents. This is a very interesting use case. As you see, I don't know if you saw the demos from OpenAI on Operator, their agentic framework, and Anthropic has already been doing it for a couple of months, where they have this agentic framework where your AI agent on your behalf is performing useful things. Okay, it's you could say, for instance, do this research and collect all this material and come back with this data from me. And that might be a complex set of tasks that it might have to do. It might have to do searches. It might have to sort of sift through all that. It might have to do more searches. It might have to tabulate it, process it, run some code, and give you the answer, perhaps, for some research that you're doing. So you might be delegating some of your work to agents, or you might want a reservation at a restaurant, and you might delegate it. You might have seen demos of this kind of agentic frameworks. So how about allowing our humans to delegate their personal credentials to their bona fide agents? That's also possible. We have looked at it in the paper in a way that this is a valid use of AI, and so that is not necessarily a risk. We need to be able to accommodate that in the PHC definition, right? And of course, carrying out scans on the digital marketplace and so on. So these are sort of the key benefits that you get out of this kind of a design of a personal credential. So in summary, let's go back and look at what we're saying. Number one, there is a huge likelihood of frauds taking place because of the AI trends of indistinguishability of AI from humans, as well as the fact that it's a very scalable attack vector. Okay. Number two, we looked at sort of the architecture of the issuer and the relying party, the service provider, and how the user first does enrollment and then uses the private personal credentials for various types of usages. Three, we saw the benefits of these systems in reducing soft puppeting and mitigating bot attacks, as well as, being able to verify the delegation to bona fide AI agents. Of course, there are some, challenges as well. We have to ensure that these kind of credentials are offered to everybody. It's not just the literate or the rich or the middle class or the, computer literate that are able to get this. We need to ensure that everybody can access these because everybody will need these. Free expression supported by a strong privacy measure. There's a whole bunch we have done. We have sort of researched to ensure that these PHCs sort of protect privacy. Okay, it's not about, okay, prove you're human by telling me all the details about yourself. That's not a good system. That's not privacy preserving. So you need to ensure that this is actually implemented. And then there are other, larger socioeconomic issues on checks on power and the influence over digital services and the robustness to attack and error as well. So I'll sort of, stop here. And if there are questions, we can take some of them.
Thank you, Shrikant. There are any questions? We can take 2 questions, please.
I can't hear too well. Can
Any questions?
Repeat it, or can Balaji type it up on WhatsApp or some other way? I can't hear you guys.
Any questions? Yeah, thanks, Shrikant, for highlighting our platform credentials and explaining how it works in Indian context as an example. Thank you very much for sparing your time. Given the background of applause, please.
I can't hear you. I don't know. Can Balaji you type it up? I can't hear you clearly at all.
Thank you. Moving on to the next. We have got the next talk from Mr. Saeed Yassin, who is Chief Scientist of Microsoft, and he is going to give us a talk on the future of cyber defense, a defense-centric approach. Let me just give a brief overview of this profile. As an inventor, machine learning techniques, just sub-license like that, Google company with only work, machine learning, including latent, indexing, LM, AI, another question is license and sub-license, latent without extraction, representation, which is covered by another. And such engine showcases knowledge or information written, but what has been featured on notifications and the LMGI, boosting Lockheed Martin Innovation Group Program, has compared with solving the knowledge element problems of global independence and has been some research with respect to aging family, review and was present to contribute to the betterment of humanity. So this introduction invites Said Islam to deliver the talk, please.
Yeah, the slider. So, animation.
Got it. During the presentations, make a note of this website. I may want to, the audience may want to.
Okay. Okay.
Question, so it'll be easy for me to.
Yeah, here it is, right? Medboom.com.
Yeah, www.medboom.com. And open Google search and Medboom search. I'll ask for a query. That'll explain AGI. Yeah. Folks. Good afternoon, everybody. I would want to keep this session as simple as I can. And I would want to know my audience. Anybody who are PhD candidates in this audience? Masters, students, any students in this? Okay, great. And how many of you are in cybersecurity? Great. Excellent. So this topic will be around the so-called common man. Okay. We all know that technology is meant for the betterment of humankind. And it is very challenging to keep it that way. It's not easy, which is why we are here. When I was first introduced to DIITA, you call DIITA, the phrase that came to my mind was of Mr. Warren Buffett. People don't forget the way we make them feel. People actually remember experiences because human beings are emotional beings. We don't forget scenarios where we felt valued, where we felt trusted, where we felt a sense of safety and security. People don't forget that. And it is critically important to keep it that way. And I really appreciate the great work done by IEEE and also C-DAC in collaboration to come up with this session to uphold the principles of human values. Because if these values are compromised, then the very essence, if these values are compromised, these are very near and dear to the people. And if these are compromised, the very essence, why is this not? This animation is not working. Oh yeah. The very essence of the so-called digital landscape, which we are proud of, will be compromised. And the irony would be that the technology that is meant to serve the humankind will actually lose its purpose. Right? Now, the next slide. How many of you know this? All of you know this. Right? When we talk about cyber security, I told we'll bring this down to the common man. One thing that comes to our mind is the handheld devices, which is one of the biggest and the greatest inventions of the century, as well as the most vulnerable. How many of us follow these? How many? Can you raise your hands? We'll make this interactive. And those who don't follow, and this is supposed to be the elite crowd, right? I think only 10% of people here. You know, the other day when I went to a shopping mall, we all use phones to make the payment, right? And apparently there was no network. I was struggling to make the payment. Then somehow I managed to find the network, went by close to the window, made the payment. But in the meantime, the cashier said, "Sir, we have Wi-Fi. You can use it." I said, "I don't want." Then I made the payment, and after I made the payment, he said, "Sir, the network is accessible in that corner." He didn't say that to me before. I wonder why. Now, if you see this in the context of common man, the very principle of DIITA, the inclusive nature of security, is compromised. Does the common man even understand this? So that is the gap we live in today's world. And the recent digital arrest is one of the examples for the struggles of the common man, where more than 100 crore rupees were extorted from them. Okay, I ask another question. When you buy something from any shop, they usually ask your cell phone number. How many of you give it? How many? You can raise your hands. I face this all the time. And every time I face this, I said, I'm not going to give my phone number. Yesterday, he said, sir, it is mandatory. When I bought something, he said, it is mandatory for you to share the number. I said, what? Do you even know the rules? You're really revealing your identity for free. You have absolutely no idea where your number will go, who will have access to it. And guess what? Most of the educated folks working in IT industry, they reveal their numbers. They just give their numbers. But I know they do that on purpose, but do you think that is ethical? It's not ethical. It's not mandated by the government. You know the world we are living in today? The most educated of the folks are vulnerable. Forget about the common man. They are compromised. So in today's talk, the whole session, let us have a common man-centric vision for ethical AI and DIITA. Because I, as a researcher in AI, am extremely concerned about the safety of the masses. Right now, only the elite have access to this super technology, and they can play with it the way they want. It's more of monopolization of this technology. And if we don't get into the depth of what's happening, how it's done, from the education level, starting from school children, then if we don't do that, there'll be a huge gap. That's a concern. So if we look at from a common sense perspective and analyze the psychology behind deterrence effect. Now look, we cannot claim that any system that we develop is secure. Microsoft always claimed it. Or before XP there was this Vista. You heard about Vista, right? And the big claim made by Microsoft was, it is unhackable. Do you remember that? The huge security features in it. And then XP, every time they released an operating system, they claim that this is the best. But it is very subjective. When we say this is secure, it is very subjective. It's just a matter of time that there is some smart guy who will break it. Do you know the difference between Linux operating system and Microsoft operating system with respect to security features? Linux is much secure. How many of you agree? Linux is much secure. Do you know why? Do you know why? The reason? Open source. Okay. Any other guess? Linux was built by a famous hacker. This guy was super smart and he was a famous hacker of his time. He designed Linux. He knew how to break the system. And he came up with this Linux operating system that was much secure because he was wearing the shoes of the devil. Right? Now, when we come to the common man, how do we save him from the con man? So the deterrence is having the best deterrence or effective deterrence strategy. If you, okay, before that, what does the common man think? He thinks this. How many of you have come across your friends who buy phones which are 5 times their monthly salary, 5 times expensive than their monthly salary. How many of you? You can raise your hands. There are actually many in reality. They buy based off EMI, right? Because they think the phone is their world and everything they do is based off phone. And that is the key to the kingdom is what they think, but at the same time, that's the most vulnerable device. So when we were discussing a couple of days back with my friend, how do you secure this common man? Make sure that his device is safe after this digital arrest scenario. So we were thinking of something called RoboCanine, intelligent agent sitting on the phone. The reason I asked if there are any PhD students or master's students is for this. If you can think about it, it's an idea. It will be on your phone. It will monitor if there is any malicious activity, any malicious call. Usually, until you have something that is evidently punishable to the person causing that anomaly, people are not afraid. Now, what if the softwares, if it comes across a malicious content or a call, records it, automatically intimates to the nearest cyber branch, cybercrime branch. This is done in collaboration with the telecom providers, revealing the person's location. And this thing is made public. Then do you think there will be people who will be braving a German shepherd? Assume that there is a German shepherd in the house. How many of the people do you think, the robbers, the burglars? It will have a deterrent effect, right? The common sense. Most probably, the burglar will not enter a house where he sees this deterrent effect. So if you have something similar in the context of phones, a RoboCanine, can that help? Can that idea grow? The implementational aspects of that is critical, very challenging. It's not easy to make it DII centric. It's even more challenging. Like, where do you keep the data? What if there are false positives? There are so many questions around that. But then I think effort needs to be done in the interest of common man to come up with some strategy that will make him feel safe, that will make him feel trust the digital ecosystem. Because if we lose his trust, then all the innovation on the digital ecosystem is of no use. So we will look into the deterrence landscape in 3 categories. We'll look into the past, present, and the future. The past is not so. There were some threats, but manageable. The worst was DDoS attacks, targeted attacks, and the hacker culture. The most profound attacks in the past. But apart from that, nothing big. With a proper NIDS system, I think one could safeguard to a greater extent. I'm talking about enterprise softwares. There is one thing missing in this until 2010, and that is AI. And that is what has happened in the present. And it's a chaos. The reason why is because of this. These are the statistics. These are the numbers. That's a huge amount. Back in 2015, it was $3 trillion. It's grown 3 times in just 10 years. Now, with LLMs and AGI supposedly to come in the future, just imagine that number. And you know one of the reasons why this is the way it is? Because of this. One of the reasons, not just this, because of one of the reasons. Cybersecurity jobs are unfulfilled. And there is a huge demand for cybersecurity personnel. So if you're getting into cybersecurity and have knowledge with respect to AI, then I would recommend that you seriously look into multi-agent systems. Multi-agent systems are more like a blockchain architecture. I'll get into the details of why you need to look into this. The European universities have already started master's and PhD curriculum with regard to multi-agent system. That is the future of enterprise architecture. That is the future of any architecture, software architecture that you're going to do. It'll be based off multi-agents. And these will be intelligent agents, intelligent bot. They follow graph theory. Anything that follows graph theory is robust. You know it better because most of you here are in cybersecurity. You can go through the source if you can. And then, with respect to the industry, manufacturing was the biggest that was affected. Finance and insurance is the next. And the technology that was used to get into this was AI, mostly access and penetration. So AI is profoundly used. In the context of data, 30% of the times trust is compromised. Now people feel difficult to trust these technologies. Identity is compromised 25% of the time because we just reveal our identity. You don't even have to ask, we just reveal it. So there is a huge work to be done in the context of trust, identity, and inclusion. I already said in the second slide that inclusion is already compromised, right? The common man is left out. So there is struggle to uphold DIITA principles. And one of the struggles is AI-powered surveillance system that infringe on privacy. Somewhere someone is looking at us and we have absolutely no idea. Inclusion, unequal access to cybersecurity resources and protection. Identity, deep fakes has become a big problem. The generative adversarial neural networks, the GANs that came by 2016, 17, they made big headlines. The moment this came, I saw a demo in our company. I was really concerned. The positive side of deepfake is you can create synthetic data. This could be good, this could be bad. If synthetic data is created, you're actually creating a malicious data that a machine can actually train on it. You're creating a bias already, you're creating a bias. That's all possible with deepfake. Just not identity theft. It has also got to do with data identity. The data is compromised. You're creating a synthetic data by replicating the real data and converting it to some form which is an anomaly. Trust will definitely erode if things are not taken into consideration and if there is no proactive actions to stop it. Again, agency is compromised a bit when it comes to autonomous systems, where they are, instead of complementing, they are taking control over certain stuff. So that is a concern. We'll look into why this is a challenge as well. So mitigation strategies, the partial solutions, the technical approaches, AI-powered threat detection, blockchain is going to play a very big role going forward. When I talked about multi-agent systems, it is a system that is in some way related to blockchain. That's going to be a big contributor going forward in the context of data integrity. I was very impressed by the General Data Protection Regulation. We have something that regulates. Like if the data is of consumer, even the California consumer policy says that if the consumer wants the data to be deleted, it should be deleted. So these two aspects are a big step going forward with respect to regulation in the context of data privacy laws and industry best practices. Industry best practices, again, is very subjective. There is no objective rule book or a cookbook that is out there. But I'm glad that I think C-DAC is coming up with some manuals, some journals that you're publishing. I think that's a great step ahead. So metrics for measuring the effectiveness of current cybersecurity practices, I was researching through and I came across a white paper. I felt it appropriate in the context. And this is by Gartner. You might perhaps have a look at it. It's a CARE framework that is, in some way, you can come up with some metrics for measuring the effectiveness of the current cybersecurity practices. Okay, we'll get into this. This is interesting. In today's scenario, it is AI versus AI, the good and the bad. You see that on the screen. There is this good AI that enhances threat detection. At the same time, there is bad AI that bypasses it using deepfake. There are autonomous security responses, and there is AI-generated malware. So the question is, how do we ensure that AI-driven security mechanism respect human dignity and inclusivity? So these are some of the questions there. And then comes LLMs. This is a big headache. The reason I say this as a headache is LLMs today are biased to quite extent. When DeepSeek was released, there was this huge cry that it is biased. Same is true with Gemini. It's also true with ChatGPT. They're all biased. You know, the reason why they're biased is humans, if you study the human psychology, okay, I think this is an important point to mention. Do you have knowledge on who created the first AI model back in 1954, if I remember the timeline right? Do you know the person? He was a psychology doctor. He was a psychologist. Sometimes people ask me, I want to get into a profession, and if he's just finished 12th, I tell him, get into psychology. Because 6 or 5 years down the line, the engineers who will engineer artificial general intelligence, most of them will have basic psychology degree with them. That's my understanding. So in the context of LLMs, the big concern with LLMs is you can bias it. And these are the threats in the context of DIITA. We've already seen some of the threats out there. And if there is no mechanism to stop it, then it's going to just get bigger and bigger and bigger. I was glad that DeepSeek open sourced their model. because that was a worry. These LLMs were highly monopolized. Only the elite few had access to them. And the way in which they operate, the way in which they work. And you can bias it. You can say, see, when people ask you about the output of an LLM, you can simply say it's a black box. And it's so difficult to audit the black box because under the hood, it's all bunch of numbers. These weights are a bunch of numbers and the millions of them. We don't even have access to the dictionary of weights, like what weight in the neural network is responsible for what outcome. We don't have access to that. It becomes very difficult to prove that this is biased. Mitigating the threats in the context of DIITA would be to have ethical guidelines and regulations. Again, this is a theory. You can develop guidelines, you can develop regulations, you can come up with transparency and explainability. We'll touch upon explainable AI. Can AI explain itself? If AI takes a certain decision, can it explain itself? That is going to be the next standard. Like, you cannot say that it's a black box. There has to be a regulation that says you have to implement an AI that is explainable. If it takes an action, it should justify why it took an action, so and so, with the reference of the source. That's the next big thing when it comes to regulation. Right now, it is not there, but that is the next step going forward. Bias mitigation is what I was talking about. People who architect these LLMs and deep neural networks, they have a good understanding about what layer and in what layer, what weights I should manipulate in order to change the result. And then I can say it's a black box. Trust me, we can do that. I am in the field for the past more than 20 years. You can do that. And data privacy and security is another aspect where implementing robust data privacy and security measures. But we don't see anything concrete coming up with most of these points. User education and empowerment. I said in the beginning of my talk that AI must be accessible to school children. Now, most of the folks listening to this, when they hear it for the first time, the questions like, oh, well, AI is all about linear algebra. AI is all about advanced calculus. You have the chain rule that back propagates the weights, errors, right? In reality, I'm also working on a very simple, easy to understand course on AI. We have an entity in the US, and this is specifically designed for school children. It uses basic math that is taught to 6th and 7th grade students. You don't need calculus to actually make AI. You can make AI using basic arithmetic. Okay? But then the accuracy is about 90%. The first neural network that was developed was a 2-layer neural network. In today's books and literature in AI, the beginning of neural network will be a 3-layer neural network. They say the middle layer is a learning layer. It's actually not very true. The first neural network was 2-layer neural network. The accuracy is about 90%, which is not practical in real scenarios. But to know why AI works, I think you start with the basic math that even school children can comprehend. And people who have done degrees like BCom, BA, because I was approached by someone who had done commerce, bachelor in commerce. He wanted to get into data science. I had no answer to him. So I've been working on this particular course for the past 6 years, actively since 1 year. So I think education plays a very critical role. The only worry is these technologies must not be monopolized. Otherwise, it's going to be a threat. More people know about something, the more secure we are. More people know something, the more secure the common man is. That's how it is. Okay, can AGI help? AGI is artificial general intelligence. This is the next big thing. What we see in AI today is just the minutest part of what AI can do. With AGI, we will actually get to know the true power of machine intelligence. This is general intelligence. Right now you have robots, like Boston Dynamics has a robot that can somersault like gymnast. It can run, it can walk. You push it, it can balance itself. That is based off IMUs, inertial measurement units. And it knows and it has learned to balance itself because of those algorithms. But does it have a brain that it can mimic like a human being? It doesn't, because currently for the robots that are out there, they lack an operating system. Are you able to connect the dots? For the robots that you see today, they lack an operating system. They are machines, just like the IBM computer, and Microsoft gave them the operating system. You need an operating system for these machines, and that operating system will be based on AGI. Because the difference between AGI and AI is subtle. When you talk about AI, you talk about training a machine for a very specific task. And it will learn how to do it. With AGI, it is general intelligence. We humans have general intelligence, which we call as common sense. And machines will learn that through our literature, through our experiences, through our sentiment analysis. There is enough data with companies like Google, Facebook. Most of these companies have enough data to build an operating system based off AGI. But coming up with AGI is a challenge, because AGI will not be based completely on neural networks. It will be based on advanced machine learning algorithms. And most importantly, AGI will be evidence-based. We are talking about conditional probability. How many of you are aware of Watson, the supercomputer by IBM? That's based on conditional probability, because they used in healthcare. And it's an explainable AI. If it takes a decision, it'll explain what are the sources, why it took so. Because there are conditional probability explained. So AGI can help, but again, it has the good side and the bad side. It depends on who is handling it. So AGI can definitely get into, intrusion detection with respect to complex cyber attack scenarios. At the same time, we need to be careful with regard to how we train AGI. If we train AGI with respect to respecting the DIITA principles, it will adhere to it. If it does not, then it will be a concern. So I will show you a demo on AGI. It's not like a complete demo, maybe after this presentation, for you to know the difference between the regular AI and AGI applied to a specific entity. Okay? Okay, this is the future. This is what I'm interested in. You see, the common man is at the center. My objective of today's talk was to inspire the young minds to build that digital trust. We need to build that digital trust. and save the common man from the digital landscape anomalies. If you don't do that, it's going to be a problem going forward. Now, to achieve that, I came across a white paper. It's a very good white paper. It talks about digital trust. And here, much of the DIITA principles are covered. You can see you have trust, you have transparency, you have accountability. If that kind of a framework is institutionalized and implemented, then that will actually give that confidence to the common man that we are safe. Remember the German Shepherd, right? They know that there is a robo canine, there is someone who's taking care of us. And that matters a lot. This is the link of the source. You can read this, it's a good white paper. So that's the essence of today's topic in regard to the future. So we have some challenges and the future prologue. And the challenges are these. This is a big problem. There is no single globally recognized authority that exists today for ethical AI or DIITA. In the same way, the FDA regulates food and drugs, right? So when we buy something from the store in the US, people buy it because it's regulated by FDA. They don't have to worry about it. Can we do something similar in the context of the digital landscape? Can we come up with some regulation? There is already steps that have been taken towards this, but they're very challenging. And these are the challenges. Ethical AI is a very broad field. It's difficult to regulate because of this. AI spans across many domains. And if you want to regulate, every domain needs to have its own specific standard. Can we generalize it? It's not going to be easy, but if we can do that in some way, then maybe we can do something around that. Again, DIITA is a framework. It's not a product. You can say these are the best practices, but can you regulate that? It's going to be difficult. And the last, rapid technology change. Yesterday, there was something, and today it's completely disrupted, right? Today, we actually query. We query when we do search. Remember, we started with Google search, which was information search. You search for information. Today, what you do? You don't just Google, you use ChatGPT or Gemini. And what do? We do knowledge search. So from information search to knowledge search. And you know what? Tomorrow, what we do? Tomorrow on our phones, there will be an intelligent agent. There is already advancement towards this called Copilot, which will be an intelligent assistant that will help in the tasks that we do. Google already has rolled out many products in the context of this. It'll be different. So if you see this, there are a bunch of challenges and the progress towards ethical AI and DIITA. We have some of the good things coming back to the GDPR and CCPA standards and the European AI Act. There is definitely a positive direction that is taken, but even UN is involved in international cooperation. But people are struggling to come together to come up with a universal standard that builds that digital trust. They say if you follow these standards, then you can launch your AI product. Else you cannot. Just like FDA. We don't have such a body at this point, and that has been a concern because it's giving a green signal to people who want to do anything they want with AI. So the trend is definitely towards more regulation and oversight of AI, including ethical consideration and principles like DIITA. It's like that. It's going to be that way until we come across some body, hopefully from IEEE and C-DAC to start with from India. But there has to be some concrete steps in regard to regulations. Go ahead.
Yeah, one thing I want to add is whatever you said earlier. See, all the stakeholders who can identify it, try to bring in a single umbrella. For example, if you take it, if you release any AI product, that may be a stakeholder of who is manufacturing, another stakeholder may be a policy makers, another stakeholder may be education institutions.
Yes,
they're creating awareness.
Yes.
So these three stakeholders come together in a single umbrella or maybe a platform where before releasing any AI product should have to undergo these process. Then if they come out, I think to a certain extent problem can be solved.
Absolutely. I think some concrete step needs to be taken forward, and you can always incrementally refine it. These are the 7 layers of deterrence in the context of DIITA. It's not just got to do with cybersecurity. It's got to do with the common man, securing the common man. And these are the innovations. In the beginning of my talk, I asked if there are PhD candidates, if there are master students, please do your project in these areas so that you can contribute to the society in the context of DIITA. Homomorphic encryption is one that I was really impressed. I think people in cybersecurity must, where you can actually process encrypted data as is in without getting into the process of decrypting it. And blockchain, as I said, I am a fan of blockchain because it is secure, robust. It's like, the crabs you put in a basket, you don't have to close them. One comes out, the other pulls in. Same as the thing with blockchain. The philosophy is the same. If you compromise one record, the other will pull it. So it's very essential to secure the data, which is integrity again. And these are a bunch of innovations or research that is happening in the context of deterrence. And I appreciate that the young folks here can do something about it. So the other considerations when we get into this is interoperability, accessibility, usability, make it more user-centric, ethical development, and I think that is some of the consideration. And other important aspects would be policy that you just said, and education. I mentioned about that a while ago. It's highly critical. And I think schools in Singapore already have this AI courses for students, starting from their high schools, if I remember it right. And other places in the world, they are considering to bring in AI courses into the school curriculum so that the young minds can develop this knowledge so that this is not monopolized. KPIs for the future would be some of this, but KPIs are there to measure. But more importantly, I would suggest those 2 points in the top, policy and role of education. So any questions? I try to keep it as simple in the context of common man. Please.
Just wanted to make a comment is that, Alok here.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I was just saying that, even DIITA, you don't need a separate regulatory body. Probably if there is a common framework, even that AGI could go to the FDA and FDA could do that commonsensical knowledge incorporated while doing the food corporations or any other such verticals. They could do their regulation. So it's a horizontal which needs to be spread out to different verticals through a framework. So that's just a comment.
But I think that's a great comment, sir. I actually want to listen more about it. I come from a pure R&D background. Honestly speaking, if you ask me about policy, I have absolutely not much of idea in it. And one of the reasons I made this was to see if there is audience who know how to make policy around this. Then I think it's a great way to start to present this to come up with a draft policy in collaboration with these bodies, publish it, make it happen. Because if AGI comes in the next 2 to 3 years, it's going to be more chaotic. Trust me, it's going to be more chaotic. Elon Musk says, I don't know how many of you disagree. You have all the right to disagree with him. But he is a person who knows how AI works. He has companies that work on it. And he said AI without regulation is more dangerous than an atom bomb. So it's not good for humanity. So any other, thank you so much for that.
Sir, thank you very much for enlightening talks. I have some queries regarding your DIITA framework itself. For example, if you're considering the morning, the first talk was zero trust. So in the current technological implementation of cyber securities, generally moving into zero trust model, where we'll say there is no implicit trust. But in DIITA model, you are telling trust is one of the core part. That is for a common man also. So this transition from zero trust to trust, it's a very challenging aspect. For example, if you are considering a cyber arrest type of things, people are trusting that is called from coming from a police. So that is what they are giving a response. And for a phishing mail also, for a simple example, they are trusting it is coming from an authenticated source. So if you are considering a trust in the DIITA model, and the world is moving from zero trust, how this transition will happen?
That's the biggest challenge. See, you can come up with a model that can protect you, but does it follow DIITA standards? Because it has to follow, adhere to that. Without respecting your identity, your privacy, if there is something that is protecting you, you will not be comfortable with that. Again, as he rightly said in the morning, trust is very subjective. It may differ from person to person. Trust for me might be different from what others might perceive. So these are the challenges which the world is actually facing today. Now, I think the whole essence of this talk is to discuss about these points, valid points. It's a very valid point, and come up with a solution.
Sir, my point is like instead of telling the common man to trust everything, why can't we say don't trust anything? So your DIITA concept itself is a core part is trust.
Yeah, we are getting in the psychological aspects of that. So it's very difficult. See, if the common man doesn't understand what's happening behind the hood, he will not ask the right questions. He will simply not trust anything, and things that he's supposed to trust, he will not trust them too. It'll be a problem, right? So yes, I've seen people shifting from smartphones to the old, button phones to get away with all this. Yes, please. Yes, ma'am.
Formative. The things, I mean, completely the thoughts were directed in a different way. Thank you so much. What I was trying to ask is two things. One is when you mention the common man, he is the one who actually drawn to the games.
Yes.
And that is where he gets connected to the network, and that is where the sacrifice happens. I mean, it is something like that. So how do we protect such things from common man? That's one question. And recently, now you were saying that AI is good and AI is bad and other thing. And today I read one of the innovation that now the neural networks are not weighted sum equations. They are working on some deep neural networks are built using differential equations.
Yes.
So that is something, it will push us to the new boundary again.
Yeah.
So in this context, the common man will not be knowing anything that is happening backside. I mean, back of the technology or what he sees back of the screen.
Yes.
So how do we, I mean, we need to make them educated first thing. There is one aspect in whole of the talk and from morning, we the technologists will understand these things, but how do we make it reaches a common man?
Thank you. That's a wonderful question. So much of wisdom in that. This is exactly what I had in mind when I was preparing these slides. I had the same questions, and which is why I emphasize more on education, because for the current group of grown-ups, it's going to be very difficult and challenging to teach them something, to make them educated, because this is very complex. With respect to the common man protecting, it is upon us as leaders in technology to do something for the betterment of humanity, which is the reason why I said and requested the folks, the students, to do something with the robo canine. If that can help as a deterrent effect, if they can build a software that is a German Shepherd cell phone version, where anyone who wants to give a malicious call to this common man, they're afraid that there is a German Shepherd sitting inside his phone. He will notify to the cybercrime my location and my identity, and I'm going to be punished. So until that punishable mindset is not there in the mind of the hacker, it's not going to work out. So I would again request the folks in education to seriously think on that RoboCanine software, respecting the DIITA standards. Does it answer your question? To some extent.
When we read about the technology, being in this domain, like engineers and one who builds something, we look at the innovations, but
Yes.
the thing is that what it actually results or implicates to a common man is something that we have to think.
Absolutely. When you talked about weights adjusting again in a differential manner, the weights are adjusted based off calculus, something called as gradient descent. You have nested gradient descent in this scenario. It's going to get even more complicated, even more finer, but the results will improve much, much more. Like if you have accuracy of 98%, if you have nested gradient descent, going back to the weights where you have, again, differential equations there, your accuracy may actually touch upon 99.99%. So I want to show you something on AGI applied on search engines, but this is not general intelligence. This is not general intelligence. I repeat, AGI is much more than just this. But I have a patent on this. It's also licensed to some of the top companies. But this will give you a understanding of what explainable AI will look like. Can you open Google as well as Medbone, both? And you first go to Google search. Google search, you can close this. Yeah. Go to Google search, sir. Type heart attack, heart space attack. Okay, go down, further down, where you have related stuff. Further down, in the end, the last, scroll down, related searches. No, not that. No, in the bottom of the page, you have related searches. Yeah, stop there. Now you see this? These are the related searches. Causes of heart attack, how to prevent. These are some of the questions, right? If someone wants to refine their search, a related search, this kind of varies. This is what Google offers with the regular neural network kind of AI. You go to Medmoon, give heart attack again. There's a pre-alpha release. It's meant for empirically testing the algorithm. So most of the time it'll be down because I keep the server down. But today for demonstration, I made it up. This is licensed to most of the companies out there already. Yeah, you can search. Click on the search button. You do the same search. Now you have knowledge here. You can click on more on any of these. Just click on more. No, not that, not that. Here, this part. You can read the way ChatGPT gives you answers. By the way, this was a 2010 patent. This is way before ChatGPT was there. Now you see here, how are these related? You can blow this up, but zoom. You see chest pain, coronary artery disease, related searches. The algorithm has learned itself. You don't have to train this. This is based on advanced machine learning. As I said, AGI will be based on advanced machine learning, and it has clustered the related topics. Now, I was mentioning about something called explainable AI. Now, the AI has given this as related to heart attack. How do you justify? Now, search engines like Google, Bing, they don't justify. You just need to believe it. It's like a black box. You believe that it is tested well. Whatever it's showing as related is related. But that's not explainable AI. Explainable AI is something like this. You can click on how are these related, this button here. No, not that. Go down. No, sir. Here. Down. I think he's not able to see this. Yeah, there. Yeah, this is explainable AI. Here it explains why chest pain is related to heart attack with the justification sources. Why it clustered chest pain related to heart attack? It has the sources here. And if these sources are biased, if these sources are not authentic, if I say that MedicineNet is not authentic, I can retrain the model. I say, this is not right. I need to remove that data set, retrain it. That's explainable AI. I thought I need to show this to you because many must have not seen this. So I hope this helps. Any other question? Yeah, please.
Actually, it is very insightful about what is going to come in the future. With all these things, like you are suggesting, the young generation need to take topics for research in these areas. So it looks more scary because it's all about all these things being compromised. So how do we have to actually, we are telling them to study all these things, but how do we bring them?
Can I tell you something even more scary? Allow me to. If AGI comes out as an operating system, this operating system will be used in humanoid robots that look exactly like us. I can have my clone with the AGI software. It will mimic me. It will actually mimic me. And you know the even scarier part? People will buy these robots as companions. People will live with them because these robots understand their sentiments. But after 2-3 years, these people who are using these robots will have some psychiatric effect. So if you're planning to change the career, I think it is the right time you get into psychology, because psychiatrists will have a big advantage going forward and contribute to the society. We can joke about it, but that's where the future is going to. You can have AGI cloud where you can download software to your robot, a cooking software. This humanoid robot can actually become a great cook. He can become a tutor. He can become a security guard. He can become what you want based on the AGI cloud, just like the Google Play Store, the Apple App Store. You have AGI cloud. And when it comes to that, see, we are so obsessed with our phones. Having robots like that, when children die, unfortunately, parents will want a robot exactly like the child. That's not good for human psychology. But companies will profit taking advantage of human psychology here, which is why I'm emphasizing on human psychology. Most of the engineers in AGI will have basic psychology degree. I personally, when I design advanced machine learning algorithms, I study human psychology and I study the repetitive patterns that a human will do so that I formulate that into a mathematical equation. And that is all that I need to do for the machine to learn itself. That is exactly what's going to happen. That is even more scarier. So I think education with respect to children getting educated is very important because when they see their parents or grandparents doing some mistake, they will say that please don't do that. We are taught this in our school not to do this. I have experienced myself. My father never liked a smartphone. He always was comfortable with the button phone. He didn't like it. I said, I don't want this. I bought him a new phone, a smartphone. He said, I am not comfortable with this. I want a button phone. So I think children will educate their parents or grandparents. That's one way of hopefully tackling this. I hope that answers. Any other questions, sir? I hope it was insightful. Thank you so much for your valuable time.
Thank you, Mr. Saeed Asim. It was really a wonderful, informative and effective talk. So would like to give you a memento as a token of appreciation from our side. May I request Dr. Aloknath De to kindly come over and hand over a memento to Mr. Saeed Asim. So we'll be going for a break now, a tea break, and let us reassemble back at 4:30, please. Hello.
Across all these projects, one thing that has been common is how do you address inclusion. So I've just kept this. Yeah. So what are you saying in this slide? So do you say anything to who see nothing in this slide? No one is seeing anything, right? Slide. How many of you are able to see the slide? Okay, around 50% or 70%. Okay, this slide. Most of you. This is better than previous slide. Yeah. Much better. Much better than previous slide, right? So why did you think that the final slide was better than all those previous slides? What is your opinion on these slides? Okay. Any other answer? Yeah, it had a good waving and all those pictures were there, right? Any other answer? Why do you think that we see that last slide as a better slide? Background color, proportion of the text, visibility. So why do we feel so? The slide content, when we see a slide, we want to we want that slide to be legible. It is meant to be read. It should have some information that it should convey, and the text should be big enough, and the background should be appropriate. So, is that all? Is that what we expect from slides? The slide. Low contrast. Hello, everyone. And then there is a button, text to speech engine. So why I don't need that button? Yeah, I can see. So I am a person. So why can't I use text to speech engine? Why should I only use my visual medium? I can hear, I can use, but why do I prefer to use only my visual medium? Yes, we have been taught from childhood, like our eyes are the prime medium of perception, right? Yes, so that's how we are taught, right? For sighted users, visual becomes very important in a slide that captures your attention, that conveys so many meanings. But for a person who isn't having a visual impairment, it has no meaning. The first slide that I showed in this PPT, it had the text "Hello everyone," but it was in white color. If I had used text to speech engine, or if I had used a screen reader over there, I would have still been able to perceive that specific information from that slide. But we are restricted by our primary medium of perception. Now, even if you see all these quotes that we have been listening from our childhood, grass is always greener on other side. So for a person, green is a pasture. It is something that is flourishing. So we associate ourselves with the pictures. All that glitters is not gold, right? So for a person without vision, they don't know what gold is. They don't know what glitter is. They don't know glitter is more appealing than gold, right? So these things are not known. People are different. Usually we tend to see things in our perception, but there are various type of people around us. I think from morning you would have been hearing about disabilities also in some of these sessions. There are 21 classifications as per the Indian Gazette on disabilities. What is inclusiveness is that are we considering all these people with this disability or people with diverse needs? So we were also speaking about elderly who cannot perceive a touch screen. So are we considering them when we are building the solutions? So can you think of 3 features in this ATM which may not be accessible? Anyone? Yeah, dwarf people cannot reach. Any other observation? No hands means inserting the card will be difficult, right? So how many of you have seen audio cues in your ATMs? Some of the ATMs have that, right? What if it reads your PIN number when you're typing? Will you prefer that? No. So there are, when we say that it has to be accessible, when we say that for a specific form of disability, audio cues are important, it is also necessary that we should keep security in mind, right? So all this go together, like when we are building a solution. These are some accessibility measures that are there that you would have observed in many places. Some places do not have ramp. You would have seen that ramps are being made retrofitted into, so for example, this stage, like ramp can be added to the stage. Okay, so those kind of things. And doors should be motion sensor enabled for a person with motor disability. They'll not be able to push the door. So it should have motion sensor enabled. Creating a ramp in the buses, you can see that ramps are there these days. So in many places, these are being included. So numbers should be at the lower pedestal where it should be reachable for people, and accessible route should be provided for these ATMs. You can also see this tactile additions that are being added into the these keys and all. Even in our feature phone mobile also, even in our keyboard, you will see that there are tactile aspects that are there in the buttons and all. So those tactile buttons help us understand the positioning, understand what type of key they are. And there is also voice guidance that are being added into ATM. So this is one of those examples. Play. So Union Bank of India released a talking ATM. Yeah, so if you see in the video, he is saying that it is a completely accessible ATM for him, for a person with visual impairment, and all the security measures are taken care. So after a certain point, you are not able to see what menus that he is browsing. So even if we are standing behind him, what he is doing is for him to perceive, not for us to see what is his balance and all those things. But for him, he can use his headphones to hear that. So when we see the digital public infrastructure that is there, be it ATMs or any kind of services that we are going to use, there are many places where we see that spaces are made accessible, documents are made accessible, services are made accessible, and the solutions, the software, hardware, apps, website. So all these also are made accessible. So when we are building the solution, we should make sure that it is perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. When I say that it is perceivable, so here mostly I have taken an example for visual impairment, but depending on the kind of users that you have, the user base you have, should make sure that whatever information that is there is perceivable. So if there is a non-text content, if there is an image, then text alternatives should be provided. Color contrast is very much essential, like many of you have already pointed out. Use of color alone to specify an information is should not be done, because person who cannot perceive color, if they have color blindness, then they will not be able to get that specific information. Operable navigation to these solutions should be ensured. So if I am considering a software, all my features I should be able to navigate through keyboard, and the focus indicators should be clear, and there should not be any timeout. So when I'm going to use a screen reader, it usually goes from left to right and top to bottom. So if there is a timeout, that option is there before the person comes to the bottom of the page, that content would have got disappeared and they will not be able to read. So all this also should be taken into consideration when you are aligning, placing the widgets on your screen. Understandable, it should be clear, simple language. Predictable layouts should be there. Everything should not have different layouts which is not navigable. So if you see most of our application, the file menu will be on the top, and then you will have the toolbox on the top, so like that. So there should be a fixed layout for navigation, and error indication should be very clear. Robust, ensure compatibility with assistive technologies. So there are a lot of assistive devices that has been built for different kind of disabilities. So we should make sure that our solution is compatible with that. So there is so for people who are interested, like you can go and look into the standards that speaks about accessibility. So there is something called as open functionality and closed functionality. So open functionality is where I can use these assistive devices, integrate to my solution, so that I should just make my functionality compatible with that assistive technology. Closed functionality is where I have to build an assistive alternative. For example, if I'm going to have a PIN number interface, or if I'm going to have a password interface, I cannot make it open to a third-party screen reader, because my PIN number will be, or password will be exposed to some third-party software. So in that case, I should provide an alternative in my solution itself. So in many cases, you could have seen that CAPTCHA, there is an audio alternative for a CAPTCHA that is there, but picture CAPTCHAs are still challenging. Right, it's challenging for us, but challenging like for people with visual impairment as well. Now, and also maximize the compatibility as much as possible, use the existing mature technologies, and future proof content. So use the technology codes. There are many technologies, there are many plugins which allows you to build accessible solutions. So that also should be used. So the key is look beyond just your perception of building a solution. So how do I bring in inclusion to my solution design? Involve experts, people who have worked on it for years together. Involve them when you are going to collect the requirements, when you are going to build the solution. Involve actual users. They will be able to tell what is the pain point. Look into standards and standard implementations and POCs that are there. So we have IS 17802. There are many EN standard, WCAG, GAAG. There are many standards that are there. Look into those standards. Involve people who have developed those standards. These are some assistive devices that are there, technology devices which you would have seen, you can get in market. So this is a Braille device. So nowadays you can connect your Braille to your laptop. You can read the documents on your Braille device. So there are interfaces for that. These are mouse adaptations for people with motor disabilities who have fine motor disabilities. They can use this bigger buttons and smaller buttons. These are mouse adaptations that are there. So you should make sure that when your user base is going to have people from different background, then we make sure that it is compatible with all these assistive technologies that are there. And one more thing is that you would have observed that images are there. You have to make sure that there are all text. Have you seen that in the latest addition into all these apps like Instagram and all, like it will say you to add AI labels when you post? Have you observed that? AI descriptions. So next time when you go and post a picture in Instagram or in any of these social media, you see that there will be an option to enable alt text, an option to enable add captions that can be used by people who are using screen readers. So the idea is not just to write alt text, but how am I going to convey the information in alt text? So if I have to write an alt text for this image, I can write that a person moving in wheelchair on the ramp. So that's one thing that I can give. Another thing I can write is the person is using the ramp to get into a bus, right? So I add more information into that image. So it's very important that the subject and the setting, the action, and any other relevant information is part of your alt text. So there is an art in writing alt text as well. So that also has to be taken care. So a good design removes barriers, but a great design never builds barriers. So that's the idea. So the idea is when you're building a solution itself, you should have all these people in place, all these thought processes in place so that we don't build barriers. But if we have our solutions already built, we want to make it accessible, then only thing that we do is do modifications, we do retrofits. So for example, in a vehicle, you would have seen that the vehicle is a very mature technology. Automotive is a very mature technology. So you can see that in a two-wheeler for people with disabilities, you have additional wheels that are there, and then additional, gear. If people are not able to operate the gear, there are additional things that are added into the vehicle, movements that are added into the vehicle. So here, the brake and accelerator is in the left-hand control has been added for brake and accelerator for a person with lower limb disability. So all these adaptations happen, and these are mechanical adaptations. And now automotive is moving more into electronic and ADAS and everything coming up. There are so many components that are coming into the vehicle, right? So it becomes very important to address security when you are addressing the inclusion. So I'm moving from one to another. So it's all connected, where we are able to make sure that their identity is important, the security is important, as well as inclusion is very important. So when we are going to have electronic components that are there, and too many electronic components that are going to be there in the vehicle, then we should make sure that security is in place. So one of those areas that we are working on is on the establishing the identity of each of these components. So now if I'm going to any service, or I am going for replacement of a component, there are many aftermarket components that I can add into vehicle, but I do not know where my information is going. Is my identity getting revealed? Is that a valid component? Because of that, I'm getting any security breach? I don't know. And OEMs also don't know that, what components are being added after they sell the vehicle. And there are also many duplicate parts that are there in the market which can come into your vehicle. So how do I establish identity for these components? So we have one project that is to have a PKA-based trust model that will ensure that your vehicle components are trusted by the OEM, and it will also be verified periodically so that you can be sure that if a malicious device is coming into your vehicle, then you can understand that there is a compromise and take a specific action, which is currently lacking. So as we move from any of these things, as in last 5 years only, we would have seen a lot of digital transformation happening, and going ahead with ADAS and Edge and many ADAS specific devices are also coming into my ecosystem. It can compromise anything. So even though these devices are adding value to my vehicle, but there are problems that will happen in the security, which we have to take care, which has to be matured. So my colleague here, Mr. Nimesh will be showing the demonstration of this model. We also have the model over there, which you can check out even today and tomorrow also it will be there with us. So to conclude before he takes over, right? So when we are building solutions, we should look into all these data perspectives that are there. And it's very important to see a holistic solution. Nimesh, please can demonstrate the solution. Thank you.
Okay, here is a simple demonstrations of in-vehicle security which we are implementing. In this video, we have one instrument cluster is there, which is integrated with different sensors, and some sensors like accelerator, which can be shown on the display of the vehicle also. So all the sensors are integrated inside the vehicle only, and this components has some. One is this in-vehicle server is there. These small two devices are the in-vehicle devices which will going to connect to the in-vehicle server. And in this solution, we are providing digital certificate to each and every devices which are connected to the vehicle. And this in-vehicle server will verify that device's certificate, whether it is valid or not. After that, it will send a message to the vehicle dashboard also, so that we can come to know that integrity of the device, whether it is come from trusted source or not. And also we has a dashboard so that we can see our devices information on it, which devices connect to the vehicles. For example, if I connect this device, it will send its digital certificate to the server, and it will verify, and it will show a message to the instrument cluster with a new device is connected with a valid certificate, so that owner of the vehicle will come to know that this device we can trust it, we can trust on the device, and it has a valid certificate. Also, we can see that on the dashboard that device is connected, and tick mark shows that it is. And we can see the information of the certificate also on the dashboard just by clicking on the device. For example, on device 1, we can get the information of the certificates, what are the certificates in it, and who has issued this certificate. Here that C-DAC Bangalore has issued, and to whom it is issued. TVS sensing solution. That instrument cluster, it is provided by TVS sensing solution. So this device we can trust it. Apart from this, if a device, new device come, if vehicle owner goes to our service center, that service person has replaced that device with a malicious device, then we can also verify that whether this device is trusted or not by connecting it. Similarly, there's device 2, that black one. It is malicious device. So if that device is connecting to the vehicle, it will send its certificate to it, and that server will verify, and accordingly it will show a message to the dashboard of the server, and also on the instrument cluster also. So from this demo, we can say that any device which is going to connect to the vehicle, at that time we can, owner will know that we should trust that device or not. That kind of thing we can demonstrate it in this project. Similarly, that device 2 is connected, and then information of the certificates. As you can see, it is not from trusted source. So that dashboard also warn us that it is not a valid device, and that instrument cluster display also shows that. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Kartika and team, for giving a talk on inclusion in the age of digital transformation. Thanks, Nimish, for giving a perspective on orchestration of PKI-based trust model in the in-vehicle communication. A big round of applause to both of them, please. May I request Vijayashri Madam, scientist from ISRO, to kindly hand over a memento to Dr. Kartika. So thank you very much. So with this, we conclude today's sessions, and let's meet tomorrow. Tomorrow also we have power pack sessions by experts. So thank you very much for attending today's session.